well, anyway, good morning to the interpreters, Angie and Fu. We're very grateful and thankful that you are here for this webinar. So let's officially start the webinar. We are a couple of minutes late. Sorry for this. Thank you for joining today. Yesterday, we already had the first three sessions. And during these first three sessions yesterday, we have been focusing on the collaboration between Europe and Latin America. We had some interesting presentations from Latin America and also, of course, some interesting presentations from Europe. Today, the focus is more on Europe and China. And I've seen a couple of the presentations from China, and they look very, very interesting for us in Europe. So yesterday we have been looking a little bit on the rather, I would say, soft aspects of nature-based solutions. We have been looking into the economics and business models for using nature-based solutions for sustainable cities, followed by a session on policy, governance, and institutional aspects. And finally, we ended today with some very interesting talks on the social aspects, social justice, and accessibility of urban green spaces, and how this impacts the efficiency of urban green spaces and nature-based solutions in cities. If you were not able to follow yesterday's sessions, I have good news for you. All the sessions are recorded and will be made available in a couple of weeks to everybody who has been registered through the Eventbrite system. Also, all the presentations will be shared online. And this is also the case for the presentations today. Today, as I said, we will be more looking into the natural sciences aspects of sustainable cities. Starting from the end, we will have a session on biological aspects of ecosystem services, or biological aspects of nature-based solutions, and the importance of biodiversity. Why do we have this session? I think this is a very aspect also if you look when you look into the definition by the European Commission, this aspect of nature-based solutions contributing to improving biodiversity is a very crucial and critical point. Also, Ben Casper has been referring to this yesterday when he started the meeting. Then, before this session on ecological aspects, we have a session on environmental aspects. We will be looking into nature-based solutions for cooling the city, for cleaning the air, and for buffering water and floods. But first, we have a session on education, which is really bridging between the more natural sciences and the more soft aspects of nature-based solutions. This aspect of education we should definitely not underestimate, because without education and awareness raising, the implementation of nature-based solutions and working towards sustainable cities is really, really limited. One of the aspects discussed yesterday was that we are working in policy cycles, and most politicians do not think further than the next elections, which is only a couple of years usually. So by educating the people, by educating children, by making everybody aware of all the positive aspects of nature-based solutions, we are really building a support base that can help to go beyond these political cycles of a couple of years. So I'm very happy that we have three very good moderators for today. The first moderator will be McKenna Davis from the Ecological Institute. She will be moderating the session on education, followed by my very good colleague in the Clearing House project, Professor Wang Cheng from the Chinese Academy of Forestry and the Research Institute of Forestry. And finally, we will have my colleague, the coordinator of the REGREEN project, Mariana Anderson from Aarhus University, who will be moderating the ecological quality session. Myself, I am Rik De Vreese. I'm coordinating the Clearing House project, where we look into senior European implementations of urban forests and urban trees as nature-based solutions. I'm leading the urban forestry team here in Bonn at the European Forest Institute, and we are part of the Resilience Program. So with these messages, I would like to transfer the moderatorship to McKenna Davis from Ecological Institute. McKenna, please.
Thanks, Rik. And good morning to everybody, or good afternoon, depending where you're joining us from today. It's really a pleasure to see so many people here again for day 2 of this event. As Rik said with his fantastic introduction, I have the pleasure of moderating this part on education this session. And we have a really jam-packed agenda for you today with lots of interesting presentations. So I'm going to jump right into it. But first, I want to actually talk about why we chose this topic. So why is education the focus? I think Rik did a really great job of framing it. But to add to that, I just wanted to quote Nelson Mandela, who I find very inspiring in this regard with his quote, that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So I just want to use that a little bit, leave that with us to frame it today. We really have increasing discussions about an awareness of the opportunities, the benefits, and the limitations of NBS, and how that can really help to motivate citizens, experts, policymakers, all different members of society to transition to become more sustainable in their territories and in their cities. So not only can education help build capacities, but it also can bring new knowledge. It can inspire those individuals with this increased awareness to actually jump in, to be part of these nature-based solutions, to help with the monitoring, help with the design, help with the maintenance, and also to increase funding. So really a lot of different benefits that we can get from increasing the awareness and education about this. So in line with that, this session is really going to focus on what is the current state of nature-based solution education. What gaps have to be filled? Are there challenges to mainstreaming nature-based solutions in education? And how can we actually better support nature-based solution educators? So we're going to also introduce some new concepts, some tools, some materials tailored to different target groups. We're looking at different tools to reach youth, for example, young people, children, but also their families, teachers, and interested communities. So we really have, as I said, a jam-packed session here today. And we're happy to start this with 3 presentations. So first, we're going to start looking at what's happening in Europe with regards to nature-based solution education. And we're going to focus on the ambitions and some of the challenges and achievements in that regard. So I'm really happy to present our first speaker, Evelina Ivanova. I don't know if we can call her to the screen. Perfect, thanks. Evelina is a project operational manager in the Science Education Department of the European SchoolNet, or EUN for short. She coordinates the Horizon Europe Nature-Based Solutions Project, EduWorld, the Qualcomm Wireless Research Project, and the EUN's participation in the EU-funded Cool Schools project. And she's also coordinated the conclusion of the NBS pilot project phase 2, as well as the Scientists Ambassadors, which currently includes over 1,000 teachers across 50 countries, so a huge reach there, as well as the Scientists National Contact Point and the Scientists STEM School Lab. Evelina is a project manager with a master's in Asian and International Studies, and she has over 7 years of experience working in the education sector. So we're really happy to be here, have you speaking here today. We have speakers from all 4 of our projects today for this event, which is co-organized from the INTERLACE projects, the CONEXUS project, the Clearing House project, and the REGREEN project. So without further ado, I hand the floor to you. You have 10 minutes, please. So thank you very much, Evelina.
Thank you very much, McKenna, and good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here and very grateful for the invitation and to speak on this topic. I would like to share my presentation with everyone now. The topic of my presentation today is education for NBS, ambitions, challenges, and achievements. My name is Evelina Ivanova, and I'm a project operational manager at European SchoolNet in Brussels. And I'm also the coordinator for the Horizon Europe NBS EduWorld project, which was just launched in September this year. I look forward to this session and everything we can discuss today. Very important to begin with is why is NBS so increasingly important? It's key to the education. It's become key to the education sector, not just in Europe, but also more and more globally, as this is intertwined with our future, not just science or education itself. It's important to us. It's important to the planet. It's also important to what we leave behind. This NBS or nature-based solutions have become a priority for a number of organizations of Europe, one of which, as an example, you can see here, of course, the European Commission and their definition for nature-based solutions, which is at the core of our activities that we are focusing on. Keeping in mind the increased importance of this, we have decided to bring it into our projects as well, and sorry, and to focus our activities in the area in a number of different projects, webinars, and upcoming plans that we have on how to involve education more and more into NBS, and how indeed to popularize NBS, not just amongst the citizens, but also in school curriculum and all sorts of different key education stakeholders. But who are we? We can do this, we can make this possible because we are a network of 34 ministries of education. Our mission is to support education stakeholders in Europe in transforming the educational processes in the 21st centuries, and especially in digitalized societies. To do that, we provide evidence and data in the area of innovation in education. And that leads to us creating policy recommendations, which we then share with ministries of education across Europe and beyond. Whoever would be interested to receive those policy recommendations. We support schools and teachers in their everyday efforts towards better education, better ways in which to provide education, and modernizing education itself. We focus on innovative teaching and learning approaches, amongst many other things. I work at the Science Education Department, in particular at European SchoolNet, and our key focus areas are on project pilots, validation, and testing. We have a number of projects that run simultaneously, many of them focusing on STEMs, but other ones also keeping in mind the importance of NBS and trying to implement this to some extent as much as possible, depending on the focus of the project. We keep STEM skills as our priority, and we see the connection between teachers' professional development, involving schools as key implementers of education, and also bringing important information to the ministries of education and other stakeholders. We have many outreach activities, and a priority for us is to also focus on collaboration amongst teachers, projects, organizations on as many different levels as possible. Here you can see some of the examples that we have of projects in our team. A very popular one, for example, being Scientix, the community of science education in Europe. We also have, sorry, the STEM school label under Scientix. All of these projects like Europeana, Life Terra, Arete, STEAMIT project, they all have the different focuses with the main goal of better education for all. Environmental sustainability, as I mentioned, has become more and more popular throughout our department and in our efforts. We have recently concluded the NBS Phase 1 and 2 project, which was funded by the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation. This was actually the inspiration for our latest project, which started on September 1st, NBS EduWorld, which is a Horizon Europe project funded by the European Commission. I will mention a little bit more on that further on. At Cool Schools, this is a project that is involving a number of partners across Europe, and that one is also funded by the Commission and Innovaris. It's focusing on providing on turning schools into climate shelters, which is a very interesting initiative as well. The Life Terra project, in which EUN is a partner, focuses on fighting deforestation across Europe and planting trees. There are also the EU for Ocean project and the 3Rs project, and we hope to have many more. Now, on the topic of NBS challenges in education, are there challenges? Absolutely, there is no denying that. We aim to fight the first challenge, bringing NBS to classrooms by providing cooperation between teachers, schools, governing bodies. This is extremely important. Everyone needs to work together in order to make sure that NBS are popularized. Another challenge is to build teacher knowledge and to develop teacher competencies. How can that happen? Well, two key aspects to that are, of course, available funding and available training opportunities. Different knowledge levels should be acknowledged as well. There are rookies who are people who are interested in NBS, teachers, but they actually don't have experience. So again, that goes to the previous point of finding funding and training opportunities for them. Then there are the teachers who have some experience, but not deep enough. And there are those who are experts, whose experience will be the one to absolutely benefit the other groups, as well as with the help, of course, of key organizations and the ministries. Another challenge in education is how to pick students' interest in nature-based solutions. We need to make sure that NBS is fun for the students. The topic of environment, sustainability, nature-based solutions is becoming increasingly popular in the last years, and that's amazing. But we also need to make sure that this is interesting to the students. Another challenge are the NBS career opportunities. We need to make sure that NBS careers are promoted to students of all ages, starting as early as possible. We need to make sure that NBS are connected to other subjects. This is key for the curriculum development. It needs to be taken into account, but of course it takes time, effort, planning, and again, cooperation. We need to make sure that there is continuity of learning at all education levels. That again goes towards the curriculum development. Many of these aspects can go hand in hand, and it's very important to understand what the challenges are in order to be able to take actions and even preventive actions, be proactive, and make sure that we bring a better NBS future to education.
Evelina, sorry, just to say you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. On the NBS achievements of education, we are very inspired by all of the different programs that are taking place across Europe by different organizations. As you can see, environment, sustainability, and NBS have been ever more popularized. Many conversations have started. We do our best to as well contribute towards increasing the interest of ministries of education as much as we can help with that, and involve multiple stakeholders as well as deepen research. There are many ambitions in education. We need to make sure that NBS is accessible. We need to create a community. As a community, we can all act together and fight for this common cause. And we need to make sure that there are opportunities to share resources and to turn NBS into a topic of discussion at schools. Teachers need to be educated well in order to contribute to that, to their best abilities. We need to reinvent how NBS topics are perceived, as well as make NBS careers desirable and widespread. Sorry. Now, to what inspired us was exactly that, and that's what we put into when planning our NBS EduWorld project. As you can see, this is a very big project with many partners, and we have the objective to nurture an NBS literate society by supporting a just transition to a sustainable future. We aim to create exactly an NBS community and to ensure a free and easy access to NBS knowledge and resources for all. To do that, we are joining different different NBS experts, educational experts, civil society, and of course, that's supported by the relevant policies. Thank you very much. And if you have any further questions, feel free to ask me or to even email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evelina. You're perfect in time, so much appreciated on that as well. And also with so much information, so I'm very impressed how much you were able to pack into 10 minutes. We're really happy to have you after in the panel as well. So we'll have more time, but I just noted down a couple of things that I found particularly inspiring and linking well with yesterday's discussions was really about this integration of the NBS with other topics. So we talked yesterday a lot about mainstreaming nature-based solutions. And then I thought really interesting what you're talking about, piquing student interest and really talking about nature-based solutions as a career. And I think that's kind of a change in discourse to what I always hear about a job, but actually formulating this as a career really shows the opportunities to put it on the same level with some other more traditional careers, let's say. So I think that's a really great point that you raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for that. And now we're going to have a more detailed look into two different examples coming from the organizing project teams about what's being done in practice, looking at the teaching and the youth engagement perspectives. So first, I would welcome to the virtual floor Katrina Kilpi, who is here on behalf of the Clearing House project. She is a project officer at the NGO Bos Plus in Flanders in Belgium. And she's working on aspects related to education and the positive aspects of forest and health, including through some of her work within the Clearing House project. She is also the owner of Nature Minded, which is a consultancy working on the nature health nexus through research, training, and guiding activities. So we're really happy to have you here today and presenting on the City of Trees. And I'll also give you a 2-minute warning during your presentation, and I give you the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can probably see my slides. Is it visible for you guys? Okay, perfect. So good. Thanks for allowing me, for inviting me to present the City of Trees. So just a quick note about Bos Plus, where I work. We are a forest organization. We're trying to raise awareness of the importance of forest, and we're working here in Flanders mostly, but also in the South America and in some African countries. And we are doing projects where we're taking people to experience forests. We're creating educational material. In the topics, we're working with indigenous groups as also communities, and we're also getting more and more into the health aspect with different kinds of projects where we're involved with locally and internationally. In Clearing House project, we have different tasks, but here we're looking at engaging stakeholders and citizens, and our task was to create the City of Trees package, which is aimed at 10 to 14-year-olds. I have to say that first we thought, wow, that's a challenging group, because it can be basically 2 different school levels there, but it's a very important group, because as we know from literature, from 10 onwards, basically the interest in nature starts to decline just because other things become more topical. We just wanted to, I want to just run this through this information because it's important to form the basis. So there is this unequal opportunity for youth because of where they live, so they don't necessarily have the access to nature. There's also the example and interest of parents that plays a huge role in how much the children will have access to nature. The screen time that is increasing not only at home, but also in school. And while kids are mobile, they also have to rely on their mobile phones. And their time goes into commuting to different hobbies. So how much time do they have for nature? Schools set different priorities, and teachers set different priorities. So nature, it's not the same for everyone. And yet there is the importance of unstructured nature involvement close to home. That is true for all of us. Our starting point was that these are all very difficult questions, but trees and urban forests can really play a role. So we divided our package into 4 different themes, which are biodiversity, health, climate change, and biodiversity. No, 3. Sorry, I'm messed up. Biodiversity, health, and climate change, and those are our main things, and we are approaching things from that point of view. Also, what we wanted to make sure is that, as we know from literature, again, nature connection is something that is really at the core of our interest in the more than human world, let's say. And the University of Derby has done beautiful work around the 5 pathways that can increase nature connectedness. And we have tried to implement these in our package so that not only the teachers are made aware of the nature connection as a concept and in the pathways, but also takes the kids or the students into reflection about each pathway. So we want to make sure that it's not only on the cognitive level information that is given to the students, but that it's going into their heart and is made their own experience. The challenge of creating this package, which I will let you all then go and explore on your own, was that we were supposed to create this for very diverse groups. So not only European cities that are very different and countries, but also the differences between European systems to China. There are aspects that were dependent on teachers, like I said, intrinsic motivation as well, and also the school systems, the type of environments, and how much greenery there is available. It was difficult to create this because of the pandemic, but we got to work with some very motivated teachers from Barcelona who actually were not able to be with us today, but they helped us tremendously in creating this package. So we really looked at, we really were able to test a little bit and create this package with the support of the Barcelonian teachers. And we ran a survey with them, and their reality was that most of the schoolyards are paved. So if you want to have some teaching, you mostly have to go away from the school. So we wanted to create a package that is possible to be used in the schoolyard, because if you always have to rely on bus transportation to go to a green space outside of the city or at the outskirts of the city, the schools do not have funding for this, or they might have funding for it for only once a year, like I've heard here in Belgium. So we wanted to create material that is accessible here, close to home, as well as in very rich nature places. The majority experienced barriers in teaching outside when it had to do with these excursions outside, because they had lack of supervisors, and that's connected to funding. They had challenges in translating indoor activities to outdoors. So it was the teachers were unfamiliar with taking this information outdoors. They were not familiar with it, let's say. And also the groups are very large, so you will need other people to support taking the students outside, and that's just a matter of funding again. But when they do take the students outside, this is what was noticed. So it's more meaningful for the students as well as the teachers, because they see the motivation with the kids. And also experiencing it and not just reading about it makes it your own. The students are impacted by nature, so they are more relaxed and they can observe biodiversity. That is a kind of an abstract concept in real life. And there's a freedom of movements to students. We all know how we are living very sedentary lifestyles nowadays. So that was really great for them. And also change of scenery. So again, for students who do not get to go with their parents or otherwise are not able to go for whom green spaces are not that accessible, this is really an added value. So we tested the material in 6 workshops here in and around Brussels. And these were 2-hour workshops with groups of maximum 15 students, and age range was indeed 10 to 14-year-olds. We did this in Dutch, French, and English that we had available here. And we also held 2 workshops of online and offline for teachers. And what we've learned thus far is that this material is really like we aimed. It's adaptable to tree-rich and tree-poor environments. And what's necessary is that you will have outside facilitators working together with teachers who are not that familiar, because we should not underestimate the familiarity and the interest of the teachers. This can be a big step for a lot of teachers, especially if they do not understand the importance, but they also don't have an intrinsic motivation. That the step is too big to make. So if you have an outside facilitator coming with you, so then the teacher can also observe the students, that will work well.
Katrina, just to say, sorry, you have 1 minute left.
Oh, shoot. Okay, so there's something for everyone, but maybe for very experienced teachers, this is the nature connection pathways might be the newest thing. It's created as a lesson package, but we also have background information for teachers and students manual for students who can want to work on their own. So please go and check it out. These are a little bit of the future steps that we are hoping to get. So more testimonies. We want to get more reviews from teachers who have actually used it. And then we are trying to make it even more interesting for students. So even though we don't want to make it tied to an app too much, in Clearinghouse, we're working on the citizen science tool. So perhaps there are opportunities to piggyback a little bit on citizen science tool for those students who will be more motivated with their apps. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're perfect on time, so much appreciated for that. Also with lots of wonderful insights. I think for me, again, you're touching on a lot of the topics that we discussed yesterday. So it's great to see these themes coming through in education as well. One thing that stood out is about these unequal opportunities to access nature and having to have materials that accommodate both nature rich and nature poor areas. So looking at the justice aspect a little bit that we talked about yesterday. And for me, really inspiring are these nature connection pathways. And I really like what you said about not only being always in our head and cognitive, but really focusing on the heart. So that's really, really great. Thank you for that. Just a small note for everybody. We have participants, of course, joining us from all over the world today. And I would just like to highlight for those of you wanting interpretation, if you click on the little globe, there's a bubble on the bottom of your screen. You can choose to hear this in English or in Chinese. So please feel free to do that if you would like or would be helped by some Chinese interpretation as well, or English later. So thank you very much, Katrina. Then we will move to our third and final longer presentation today, which is from Paul Mahoney, who I'm really happy to introduce. I have the pleasure of working with Paul within the INTERLACE project. He is a communication specialist and former journalist with over 20 years experience in the environmental sector. He is also the general manager of oppla, the EU repository of nature-based solutions in the Netherlands, and creative director of Countryscape, which is in the UK and Estonia. And it's a media agency supporting science, civil society, and enterprises. And yeah, when Paul is not working, he can be often found with his family, supporting exploring hills, woodlands, and the virtual worlds of video games, which we'll actually hear a little bit more about today. So hi, Paul, and yeah, the floor is yours. I'll also stop you or interrupt you at some point with a time warning, but please take
Sure, that's fine. Thanks, McKenna. Just share screen, we'll get started. And hopefully, I think this is going to link a little bit to Katrina's presentation about how we take the indoors outside. So I think there's a bit of a link between our presentations there, which is always nice. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about Minecraft and how we can use games to help young people of all ages, including young people like me, to get involved in nature-based solutions in a very active way. So in the INTERLACE project, we've been thinking about this in a number of ways, and what we really wanted to do through INTERLACE is involve young people as participants in nature-based solutions. We wanted to kind of think about how can we go push a little bit beyond just educating them, to actually bring them to the table with us and help them think about nature-based solutions and help them work with us to design and plan nature-based solutions, and lots of challenges in that. So we wanted to kind of make young people an asset, and we wanted to find a medium that we could do this through that was familiar to them. We wanted to try and avoid designing our own kind of way of talking to them, because, you know, we wanted to make it fun, but the problem we find is that when we as researchers and projects try and design games that are fun, they tend to end up looking a little bit like this. And our idea of fun as adults is often very difficult to young people's idea of fun as children. And I remember when I was in school, Friday, you know, today was always the best day of the week, because after Friday, the fun really started. So we wanted to tap into that side of the fun, the kind of fun that happens outside of school when young people have their own imaginations. So we wanted to make it really fun. And to do so, we've been very interested by this interface, this crossover between video games and education. And we picked up on some work that UN Habitat have been working on called Block by Block, where they use Minecraft. And we thought this would be a good platform for INTERLACE to help engage people around nature-based solutions. So if you're not familiar with Minecraft, it's a 3D virtual environment. It allows you to create, build, interact with worlds using blocks. And there are all different types of environments you can create. It has a weather system, it has some basic flora and fauna, and there's a whole community online of people building, creating, interacting with different online worlds. And Minecraft is the best-selling video game of all time. If you have children, they will probably be familiar with Minecraft. It has 140 million monthly users, which is a huge audience that you can reach through this platform. It's well suited to kind of building stuff. If you think of it like online Lego bricks, if you're familiar with Lego, you can build worlds using these blocks. The blocks have a scale, and they're roughly 1 meter square blocks. And this allows us to apply Minecraft in creating, reimagining, redesigning real world environments as well as virtual environments. And also the audience, the player base of Minecraft is well suited to a project like INTERLACE. In countries where children have access to computers and mobile devices, the majority of them are familiar with Minecraft. It has a reasonably even balance between boys and girls playing the game, which isn't the same with all video games. And interestingly, this point at the bottom, when we talk about games like Minecraft, it's not just for very young children. The average age of a Minecraft player is 24 years. So there are a lot of older people using Minecraft as well. And the work that UN Habitat has done has actually been with adults and not children. So don't be fooled into thinking that games are just for children. There are plenty of adults playing games as well. So how do we take a city? So this is Envigado in Colombia. This is one of our INTERLACE cities. How do we translate a real city into a virtual world like Minecraft? How do we create a practical environment that people can interact with? So we've been working with a company called Geoboxes in Denmark, and they've found a way of taking street map data from OpenStreetMap and combining it with NASA's SRTM topography data to automatically generate real world cities in Minecraft. So this is an example, 2 kilometers square, that you can see from Manchester, the city where I live. And this has been automatically generated through this process. So that's a real world place that's been rebuilt automatically in Minecraft. So it immediately creates a playground, but it's a real world playground. Those buildings are located in the right place, they're the right shape, they're the right height. It creates a familiar environment for us to work in. So how does this look on the ground? So this is just a section of an inner city section of Manchester. If you look at this building here at the end of the street, and this is how it looks once we've been working on it in Minecraft. So this little urban park here, this is an imagined idea of how we can install a nature-based solutions in what is otherwise a derelict car park here. But you can see how you can use this environment to create a 3D world. You can imagine nature-based solutions in this world, and you can then interact with this. You can walk around it, you can change things, you can move things, you can have a conversation in that environment. And the first pilot we're working on for INTERLACE is in Envigado. We're currently working with the team there to create the environment that the school children are going to be working in. So we're looking at local landmarks, we're redesigning those in Minecraft to create a familiar environment so that when people start interacting with it, they'll see a fairly reasonable approximation of the real world it will appear familiar to them. What are we going to be doing in these spaces? So this is an example from Africa, from the UN Habitat Block by Block program. This was sort of an urban area. It's a playground, a fairly barren sort of playground. And this has been reimagined in Minecraft. So you can see the before and after of how Minecraft has been used to rebuild this space. And Minecraft provides all kinds of tools to do this. There are all different block types. There are lots of different types of plants and vegetation that are already built into the system. And some of these plants actually grow. So in Minecraft, when you plant a tree, you plant a seed, and over time that tree grows into a larger tree. So you can see your environments grow up around you. And there are all different types of plants and trees and animals that you can import into the system. Recently, they've added bees, and I really like the bees in Minecraft, as do my kids. So when you put bees into your world in a beehive, the bees will fly around, they'll collect honey from the flowers, they'll take it back to the beehive. So there are some little systems built into Minecraft in which the ecosystems interact with each other. And it's getting more and more sophisticated all the time. But if you've got patience, you can create some absolutely fantastic worlds in Minecraft. There are lots of examples online of projects that have created green worlds, green utopia. This is an example from the Climate City. I think this was developed in 2016. These are worlds that you can explore and take inspiration from. So there's a huge community out there of builders who work in Minecraft to create some wonderful ideas that we can draw inspiration from. And with INTERLACE, we're creating a program that's replicable. Working with Minecraft can take quite a lot of investment. The UN block by block program required quite significant funding. We have a bit less funding in our project, but we found a way to do this. We're supporting schools with a very step-by-step program. So we work with them to implement this. We take care of all the IT needs. And it is mixing this indoor and outdoor. So the first step in our process is the children go and visit the real world environment that they will be rebuilding. They take photographs, they look at the nature, they look at where the opportunities for nature-based solutions might be. They then take that information back into the classroom and they design their world in Minecraft, and then they use that to test their ideas. And then they go back out to the real world site and look at where those ideas might be implemented. So I think, like Katrina was saying, we're trying to link the indoor to the outdoor, but using video games as a medium to do so. But we want to go beyond just kind of creating nice pictures. And this is our kind of goal for INTERLACE. This is the block by block example in Kosovo that we often use as a good practice example. So on the left here, you can see the site, the original site. And in the middle, this is the site as it was reimagined through Minecraft by local children in Kosovo. But they went one step further and they took those ideas from the Minecraft project. They worked with city planners to actually implement a playground and turn it into a more usable public space. So Minecraft wasn't just a tool for visualization and education, it actually became a tool through which young people could have a conversation with city planners. And putting young people in the same room as city planners is very challenging. So this is a way in which we might be able to do that. And this is
sorry to interrupt, you have one minute left.
Perfect, that's fine, thanks McKenna. And this is what we're trying to do with INTERLACE. We're trying to go from education to application and actually make young people participants in nature-based solutions as well as just recipients of knowledge. So let's play. If you're interested in Minecraft and you're interested in the methods we're using at INTERLACE, we'd be very happy to speak with you. Our Envigado program is starting this year, so we'll be able to introduce you to the virtual world we're creating. You'll be able to visit that world and have a look if you're interested. You can find me here. I have an email address. You can also find me on Minecraft. If you play Minecraft, my username is wavingmarmot366. I should explain that when you join Minecraft, it automatically generates a username for you. So this is, I think, like your spirit animal. Mine is a marmot. There you go. And that's what a marmot looks like in case you're interested. So yeah, very happy to talk to anyone who's interested in using Minecraft for nature-based solutions. Thanks a lot,
Paul, and for your beautiful self-portrait at the end. I think it's a nice way for everybody to remember you. So thanks a lot for that. Yeah, again, super inspiring presentation. Really also important to think about what you're saying. If there's tools out there that can already be adapted, that already have an established public, an established user group, and established reach, as a really good way to maybe have a wider reach with the activities that we're trying to accomplish. And then also, yeah, making the youth into, or the people we're trying to reach into, participants and not just recipients, I think is a really great takeaway. So thanks a lot for that. We'll have a chance to actually speak more with all three of our presenters in the panel discussion at the end. And in that light, I just want to welcome all of our participants. I see there's many of you online, so we want to hear from you as well. Please feel free to use the question and answer function. You see it on the bottom, I think, of your Zoom. You can type questions in there, and our speakers can either answer those questions in the chat during the sessions today, or maybe we have a chance to answer them in the discussion, panel discussion at the end of the session. So please feel free to put your comments there. And speaking of interactiveness and wanting to hear from you, we have a really great next session, which is looking at small pitches. So I want to explain to you a little bit what the idea of this session is, or this part of the session, and have the opportunity for you guys to participate. So we want to dazzle, engage you all, get your thoughts and inspire you. So we have 5 short pitches, which will very strictly be held to 90 seconds. I will be having a stopwatch on my phone here. And we're going to really bombard you with inspiration, and at the end ask for you to vote and pick your favorite pitch. So please listen up, really try to pay attention to what's happening in the next 5 presentations, and then yeah, you get a chance to vote on that afterwards for a virtual award for our participants. So the first one that I would like to introduce, our first speaker and our first pitcher, is Dr. Jeppe Lasso. I hope I said your name right, sorry if not. Who's here on behalf of the REGREEN project. He is a professor emeritus affiliated with the Danish School of Education at Aarhus University in Copenhagen in Denmark. And he also has his own company, Jeppe Consulting. He has a master's in psychology and a PhD in communication, so very fitting for our event today. And he's been working for more than 37 years in managing and contributing to a number of interdisciplinary research projects, focusing on the barriers, potentials, and strategies for citizen participation in social change and learning related to sustainable development issues. So we're really happy to have you here today. And yes, please try to stick to the 90 seconds, and I will raise a virtual flag afterwards. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I'll start sharing my presentation. I hope you can see it now. Is it on like this? Okay. As you all know, children and young people are our common citizens, and thus it is also important not only to learn them to understand nature-based solutions, but also to develop their action competence in order to influence nature-based solutions in their own urban environments. So our project on interactive walkable floor maps is a NBS learning and governance tool to be used by schools, local communities, and municipalities. They are huge. You can walk on them, meet other people on them. You can explore NBS plans from lines and polygons on the map, and from QR codes, which links to text, videos, and other materials on NBS. But most importantly, they are interactive. You can draw information from them. You can also add your own NBS contributions by means of QR codes. So children and youth can make many different types of projects: citizen science project, field ebooks, local historical project, develop visions and concrete suggestions, and add them to the floor map, and receive feedback from parents, local citizens, planners, and politicians. All people can add their contributions, so over time, interactive walkable floor maps will contain a rich material for local NBS planning. Furthermore, I think pedagogically, it's a very, the strength of the interactive walkable floor maps is that they enable learning in several ways, from sensing, exploring, reading information from field studies, communication of results, dialogues, and feedback from local agents and experts. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks very much. I was just about to see if I had to raise my virtual hand, but that was great. I know it's not easy in 90 seconds to put all of that interesting information, but thank you very much for keeping to the time. And audience, just please note these, write down notes for all of our great pitches here. And then at the end, again, we're going to ask you for your opinions on those. So without further ado, I would move to our next pitch. Thank you very much, Jeppe, for that. Now I would go to Veronica Fabio, who has submitted a video as a partner in the CONEXUS project and is director of the Breathe Respirer program, is the head professor at the Department of Planning and Landscape Design in the Faculty of Architecture, Design and Urbanism at the University of Buenos Aires. That's why we have a video today, because of the time difference. So we're really happy to have that. And she brings more than 20 years of experience in directing and delivering undergraduate and postgraduate programs in landscape design and planning. And she also brings a really great network across higher education institutions, practitioners and government bodies, as well as being very skilled in stakeholder engagement, project management, implementation, and impact activities. So I would kindly ask Rosa to please play the video for Veronica. Thank you.
Planting a tree, creating a garden, these are acts of faith. I believe the transformation is possible. Do you believe in a future of possibilities like we do? Then what should we do? Well, let's go and plant a garden. We created the Breathe Respirer project inspired by the idea that nature provides solutions. Our action research program explores what green infrastructure can do to help improve air quality, increase biodiversity, and support health and well-being. We focus on where this matters most, our schools. We know that children are more vulnerable than adults to air pollution, and we're now obtaining more precise data of exposures and metrics for the efficiency of green fences to mitigate them. We work both in Argentina and in the UK. After several years of experimentation, we know that when the school year is greener, children breathe better air, but they also learn better. Our partner schools use the green infrastructure co-produced with us to teach about nature in nature. Learning takes place in open-air green classrooms. Children bond with the environment, including plants and insects. This also improves their well-being. As someone once said, if you had a garden and a library, what else would you need? But then, even better if we make the garden a healthy place for learning. Come join us in producing gardens everywhere, in school years and throughout the city. That's how we can build a more sustainable future, together.
So I would say a big virtual applause for the video presentation as well. Unfortunately, again, due to the time change, it's not possible for Veronica to be here, but a really great inspirational video as well.
McKenna, she is here actually.
Ah, she is here.
Yes.
Ah, this is my fault. I'm sorry. Then great. Sorry for that, Veronica. Great to have you.
Don't worry.
Perfect. There you are, Veronica. Hi, nice to see you as well. Perfect. Great. Then our next speaker would be Sarah Arnold, who is here on behalf of the city of Chemnitz, which is our partner in the INTERLACE project. And she's been the project manager for climate change and the European Energy Award in the Environmental Office for the city of Chemnitz in Germany since 2017. She is an environmental scientist and has a background in environmental education and has worked as a project leader in the environmental NGO in Zurich for 4 years. And she also brings expertise in the areas of the circular economy and life cycle assessments for agricultural products. So a nice background complementing this topic very well. So Sarah, I would also give you the floor and just raise my virtual hand for the time, but please take it away.
For the nice introduction, I will now share my presentation with you. Okay, hello everybody, welcome to Chemnitz for Climate. Do you like scavenger hunts or Pokemon Go or Minecraft? So if you say yes to all three of them, we got the right thing for you. Chemnitz for Climate is an augmented reality scavenger hunt web app for your smartphone and for the target group for young people from 11 to 16 years. For the hunt, you will jump into the role of a city planner and learn about city planning options and their consequences for climate adaptation in your city. So let's jump right into it, and I give you a sneak preview. I have to click now. Imagine you're unlocking your phone and you click on the Candidates for Climate shortcut on your home screen. The first thing that you will see after you chose your name and your avatar is the welcome screen with all the stations on it. So let's go to the first station. At each station, you will encounter a real city planning challenge with different solution options as shown on the left-hand side. As soon as you click on one solutions, the augmented reality will start and project the selected solutions right onto the place you are located at. If you like the selected solutions, you can log it in and earn a certain amount of vitality points. So let's sum it up. We have an augmented reality scavenger hunt web app, and you learn about the effects of city planning on climate change adaptation in your city. The target group for the game is 11 to 16 years, and you see the NBS solutions visualized immediately in an augmented reality. You earn vitality points in each round, and you can compare the results with your friends on a climate board. And you can also implement this game or this principle for different cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. You are perfect on time. So that's amazing. Everybody is following their brief today. Thanks for that. I would then move to our next pitch, which is from Simon Benatou, sorry for my French pronunciation, who is a partner in the REGREEN project, who coordinates the Vigie Natural School, which is one of the citizen science programs at the French National Museum of Natural History. And some of his other missions include the development of tools to help participants analyze citizen science in data themselves. And he's mainly been working in the field of ecology, but was also a mathematics teacher at the beginning of his career, so brings that education perspective as well. So I would open the floor for his video, please.
Vigie Ecological is a citizen science program designed for schools from kindergarten to higher education. We make it possible for teachers to lead field trips that encourage direct contact with nature and that favor the understanding of the scientific approach by their pupils and students. Our program will therefore enable teachers to raise pupil awareness about biodiversity as they contribute to a genuine research program. 10 protocols are available, enabling the monitoring of a wide variety of groups in order to be compatible with the teacher constraints. The data collected by these observatories are sent to the researchers through the Vigie Ecological website. Scientists analyze the data to assess the health status of biodiversity and the human impacts on biodiversity. And ultimately, this program, by reconnecting school children with nature, will put them in the position to create their own nature-based solutions and evaluate the impact of these solutions. Indeed, we need them to become citizens who understand the complexity of ecosystems, who are curious about organisms and about their interactions if we want them to tackle the current and future challenges, such as the climatic, social, and biodiversity crisis.
Thank you very much for that. Simon is also here with us today, so feel free if there's any questions, of course, to put those in the question and answer box that we have, and then you can reach out to those pitch owners directly. So our final pitch is from Nelsie Nino Rodriguez, who we're really happy to have a video from on behalf of the INTERLACE project. And yeah, she's a biologist, anthropologist, and researcher in the line of dialogue of knowledge and participatory science at the Alexander von Humboldt Institute in Bogota, in Colombia. She currently supports the coordination of the projects BioBlitz in 8 biodiverse cities, BioBlitz, sorry, which I'll hear about in a moment. And she's interested in exchanging knowledge in the field with local communities, creating dialogues between social sciences, arts, and biology within and outside the academy. So we will play her video now too, please.
Hey, have you seen a bird in your city?
What did he say?
I know it sounds kind of crazy, but we don't have to go far, far away to the densest forest or pristine rainforest. We just must open our eyes, our ears, and all our senses in the cities.
Excuse me?
Yes, at our cities we can find the most marvelous plants, animals and fungus, among others. Let me tell you about a project that makes this possible. In Colombia, we're running a project called BioBlitz at 8 biodiversities. We aim to join efforts to obtain information on the biodiversity of the urban space, which will contribute to the generation and appropriation of knowledge about the nature of 8 cities. A BioBlitz is an event that focuses on finding and identifying as many species as possible in a specific area over a short period of time, usually 24 to 48 hours. But how do we obtain this biological and ecological information about the species in the cities? Well, it's an effort of a lot of people. Through participatory science, researchers of the Humboldt Institute involve people in generating nature data and strengthening and raising awareness about the connection between citizenship and biodiversity. The project comes with 4 phases. The first one is the planning and preparation of the activities with local actors. The second phase is training participants in 2 apps to register biodiversity, iNaturalist and eBird. In the third phase, we conduct the BioBlitz for 2 days. Finally, we share the results with the community. Through this video, I invite you to awaken that curiosity about nature in your cities and take time off to enjoy the biodiversity surrounding you.
Thank you very much also for the video. I just ask if it's possible to actually spotlight all of our pictures so that those of you in the audience have also the pleasure of seeing them. I see them on my, my screen, but I don't think you all do yet. So we'll try to get that organized. I hope that you are all equally inspired as I am from these pitches, looking at very different aspects of education, engagement, and really trying to work with different communities. So I would like to ask you all now, we have a short poll, a Mentimeter poll, that we will put up on the screen and also put in the chat, I believe, so that you can go there. And I would ask you all to, there we go, perfect, thank you. I would ask you all just to vote on which pitch inspired you most, which one would you like to test, how would you like to get involved, and give you a moment to please vote on that, and then we'll share the results with everybody. And at the same time, just another friendly reminder, we're going to have a panel session now. And we also have a lot of our speakers here in the background who are still online and ready to answer your questions. So please feel free to put those in the chat as well. So we see the votes are coming in now. Please, I invite you all to vote. I see we have almost, yeah. There we go, coming in, perfect. So it looks like the REGREEN program is inching ahead right now, but interest across the board actually for all of the projects. So we give it another moment. Please, everybody put in your votes here. Keep them coming in. I like these little blue flying voters, so I can actually see the dots for all of you in the audience who are participating. It's really nice to see a visual representation as well. So I'll give you one more second for any last minute votes, but it looks like we have a clear pitch winner today, which is the Breathe Respirar program from the CONEXUS project. So congratulations to Veronica, who's also here, who you can see. So just a virtual applause for you, Veronica. Thank you very much. And yeah, to all of our pitchers, thank you. And please keep up the excellent work because you really have inspired. You see that there's votes for everybody, inspired our audience today. So thanks a lot for all of you for being here and for those who sent videos as well. And then I would move on actually to our last session today, part of this session, which is looking at a more interactive discussion on how we can better integrate nature-based solutions into different education programs and reach different audiences. So I would invite to the virtual floor again, Evelina, Paul, Katrina, and Sarah. And then we have the opportunity now to have a discussion. I have a couple of questions prepared, but I would also say it's a great opportunity to take questions from the audience. So please feel free to type those in and then we can continue our discussion. So to start it off today, a question amongst you guys. I think it's really great. Also, you have really complementary experiences and backgrounds. So I would invite you all, when you're having the discussion, to also feel free to jump in and to comment on each other's points as well, because I think that's always a really valuable format. So we heard a little bit about this in the first presentation, but I would ask you again, just to kind of summarize what you think the most common barriers are in terms of working with schools and educators. And if you have any tips from your background, from your work within the projects, on how you can overcome those. So who would like to start? Paul.
I'll break the silence. I think in our own experience, educators tend to be really busy people, and they're quite often, particularly schools, are under-resourced. So I think we have to, when we're working with educators of all types, it's just being mindful that whatever we do has to fit in quite seamlessly and as efficiently as possible into their own workflow. I think in the past, we've sometimes created lots of resources and we've sort of put those on the desk of teachers and said, there you go, have fun using those resources. And it can be very challenging for teachers to do that. So where possible, we need to design our interventions so that they can just slot into existing curricula, existing programs. And I think, co-production is a buzzword we use a lot at the moment, but I think it's really important when we're designing education programs to co-produce them with educators as well. So with the INTERLACE Minecraft program, we're talking to schools very early in the process, so months and months before we actually want to implement the Minecraft. We're talking to the schools to find out when's the best time to do that, which are the best classes to work with, how can we design what we're doing around what they're doing to take as much of the work and as much of the pressure off them as possible. And also, I think where we can, to actually help to finance these initiatives. Schools don't have a lot of resources, so as well as providing tools, I think we actually need to be providing finance. And again, through INTERLACE, we have kind of a flexible budget that we're using to actually resource some of this work with the schools. So it might be to buy IT equipment for schools that don't have the IT resources, to help facilitate events. It takes effort on the part of us as the practitioners. I think that's, in my experience, one of the best ways.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, Katrina, you want to respond? And then Evelina.
Yeah, I completely agree with Paul. I wanted to just add that also, I think making sure that the teachers also understand the very holistic benefits of taking the work outside or teaching these topics, and not only in the sciences, but that you can really bring it to other, like art and even social sciences. These topics, it's really motivational, because teachers tend to be, people who care about the future. So then that might be one way, and also maybe really, I don't know exactly how. I was kind of saying that if you work with outside facilitators, that might be one way, but to show that it's not more work, because it's like what Paul was saying, the resources are small or scarce, and so the teachers might think this is just more work for us. But if you show that it's actually beneficial and might make things easier motivation-wise, then this could be one way to motivate teachers.
Thanks very much, Evelina. I hand it straight to your response then.
Thank you, McKenna. Excellent points, Paul and Katrina. I absolutely agree as well. To that, I can add that it's very important, based on our experience as well, that there is collaboration. Collaboration amongst the teachers, collaboration amongst the schools, and especially collaboration internally. So that would be the school and the teachers. They need to work together in order to go further in implementing NBS into education. Exchange of expertise is also very important. And exchange of expertise, and there was something else, and I will come back to it when I remember it as well. So that's for now.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, jump in at any time, and don't worry about putting your hands up. We just have like a coffee chat, so feel free to just jump in here. Sarah, I hand it to you.
I agree with all the other contributions. I just want to add a barrier which is really significant, or which we observe in Chemnitz as very significant. As we, as the city of Chemnitz, we have like a lot of offers or educational programs that we want to, you know, give to teachers and to implement, but the teachers are super overwhelmed. At the beginning of the school year, they get like hundreds of emails with all different kinds of offers. So we have to be aware, they have to go through all these emails and they have to dive into all the topics. And this is a lot to ask, because they have their curriculum that they have to follow. So we always have to think this, and yeah, the best way to overcome, if we want to if we want our program to like be implemented in schools or from other educators, it's always good to talk to them like personally, to find a way to, yeah, to bridge, and because otherwise it just get lost in all these emails. That's my experience often. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for all those tips. So really reaching out personally, also using external resources maybe to help with capacities. And if there's limited, let's say, balancing of priorities between those that are employed at the institutions, really not being afraid to reach out outside of that, but also recognizing that finances are necessary to make that possible. So planning that in from the beginning. But Evelina, I think you have another comment you want to say.
Yes, thank you. My other point was also about that's absolutely relevant what Sarah said, that teachers are very overwhelmed. Perhaps if there is a way to provide training in NBS that would be beneficial to the teachers in the form of special programs, not just adding to their own hours at the school, but an actual program in itself. For example, that could be at least looked at in a different way by teachers, perceived differently, perhaps a little bit additional motivation, and that also adds to their professional expertise in an official manner. And the other element is, of course, creating a community of stakeholders that have not only different experience, but that they are in different groups of stakeholders, so that we are able to exchange opinions and find solutions going forward. Ideally, that should also involve expertise at higher level education organizations, and also hopefully ministries of education and other policymakers as well.
Yeah, thanks for that. Also a really interesting point that you raised. We were talking before about the careers, so making NBS interesting to the youth maybe as a career opportunity, but we haven't talked about the career possibilities to expand the expertise of the educators themselves. So I think that's a really nice perspective. Yeah, Katrina, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add and exactly what Evelina was saying as well, that really it's well, there is a motivation of the teachers and the time and resources, but if it's not coming from higher up, if the support is not coming from within the curriculum, then the teacher is really left with these barriers. So I think the school system has to be able to see this as a priority as well. So that's a big challenge, but it's there.
Yeah, and also probably for that, there's the added value of what we were saying before, to reduce this concept that it's an additional burden, not only for the teachers, but also within the school system, to see the wider benefits as well, to really integrate that into the structural format, let's say. Sarah, oh, Paul, sorry.
Just to add quickly, I liked, I think it was in Katrina's presentation when she was talking about using external facilitators. And I think that can be quite powerful, because teachers sometimes want a break, and they like external facilitators who come in, take the class off their hands for a day or just a lesson, where they can actually be participants and they can watch a process happening, but someone else is leading it. And that can also be useful for the children, because they tend to react slightly differently when they get that change of leadership and they've got someone else running the session. Again, that takes resources and finance to put into place, but when children are looking at all the different emails, when the teachers are looking at all the emails they receive at the start of term and all the different offers, I think they tend to pick those that look attractive to them as well, and that, you know, that are facilitated events rather than just situations where they're provided with resources. So yeah, again, I thought that was a neat idea. That's certainly what we're trying to do with the Minecraft program in INTERLACE, is to step into that environment as the facilitators and take the pressure off teachers. But I've seen that work well in other situations as well.
Perfect. Thanks a lot for that. Any other comments? I think, Sarah, you wanted to comment as well.
I just wanted to comment on some questions that I saw in the question and answer thing, because there was like a comment that the curriculum also have to be changed in school so that we don't have to slot our offers into the curriculum somehow. So I totally agree, and that these are some discussions that are going on in Germany also to add subjects like climate change or climate adaptation into the curriculum. That is super important, I think, but it's not happening right now. I don't know about other countries, and it's also dependent on the school system. So we have state systems, but we have also like this kind of free schools that are more flexible in their curriculum. So I think, we have to see which schools it is, and also the comment from Mrs. Anderson, how can teachers train their students outside, because it's a challenge to take 26 pupils outside and teach them. It depends on the environment. If it's a safe environment like a garden, I think it's possible, but if you go on the streets, like with our learning app, it's not possible. You have to have more educators around, or you have to, group the students into little groups or something, or make it in their free time. I don't know. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think it's also a really good point about the different capacities to integrate these within existing structures. So thinking about where are the entry points that we can already identify as, let's say, the low-hanging fruits. That's a little easier to go. And then maybe those can be used as pilots or demonstrators about what's possible, collect the evidence base and create a stronger argument, and try to convince other teachers or other educators within those more confined or more traditional structures that maybe this is useful for them as well. So there's some more questions in the chat. I don't know if there are any other comments on that. I don't want to cut the discussion off. Otherwise, I would give you guys another question to look at. Yeah, perfect. So yeah, I think that there's a question in the chat that's quite interesting, which comes, I'm not sure if you guys have seen the 2020 State of the Art report that was produced about nature-based solutions. And in there was this discussion between the relationship from education and youth unemployment. And there's really a lot of focus on the school education, but the question is, what about other colleges for youth and lifelong learning? And if this is something that you see, we talked before a little bit about this over 10-year-old group, so 11 to 30-year-old group that was being targeted, but maybe if you have a comment on that as well.
Perhaps I can start the discussion. As I briefly mentioned during my presentation, also we have seen the importance of popularizing NBS careers at all educational levels. So that would be a very good stepping stone in that direction. It's absolutely important to, of course, include all educational institutions in as far as possible, and lifelong learning programs would be a perfect opportunity for the development of not only teachers, but also anyone else who would be interested in taking up a career in NBS in the future. We have such, we have already had several ideas on that matter. For example, in the STEAMIT project, it focuses specifically on building, one part of the project focuses on building, making STEM careers popular and accessible to students. And there is also an element in that which we had in the NBS Phase 2 project, where we organized chats with NBS experts who were explaining to students actually what their profession is like, and how they ended up there, what inspires them. So that would be a very good element to consider also as early on in the schools, and if that continues as well at university education, lifelong learning programs, any other type of organization that offers additional opportunities, even just workshops such as this one, where we discuss exchange information, that's already giving a very good basis for further actions to be taken.
Thanks a lot for that really valuable comment. Are there any other comments on that question? Yeah, Katrina.
I don't have anything very practical, but more thinking how we already touched upon the fact that this is should be taught across subject lines. So I think to be able to break away from this thinking of just natural sciences and bringing these basically societal problems and highlighting the fact that climate change touches upon the natural sciences, the urban planning, even food production, health and other subjects, and then sort of introducing kind of systems thinking for the youth, so that maybe it will inspire some innovation in their minds as well.
Yeah, cool.
So I'm not an expert in education, sort of career development around MBS, but we are working with, for instance, businesses that are and trying to encourage the business community at all levels to consider nature-based solutions. I think businesses, for instance, are becoming familiar with concepts like natural capital. I think nature-based solutions and urban regen still has some way to go. But I think it's important to create the opportunities for these careers to flourish within businesses. We need the education. We also need to be creating opportunities for jobs and employment in these areas. So I think business and all of us here as organizations working in this space have a role to play in creating those jobs, so that people can leave education and find these opportunities out there in the workspace to work with these topics. And I think that is happening. I mean, we're seeing it happen. I think, like a lot of progress in the environmental sector, it's not happening quick enough. We need to push harder to make these opportunities emerge. But I think it is slowly starting to happen. And providing tools by which people within those organizations, often in middle management positions, often not at the top, but in the middle, providing tools for those people who are like team leaders to explain to their seniors why they need these extra members on their team, why they need these positions. So communication tools to talk about the value of urban regen and nature-based solutions can be really important as well, because if we can get the boards of these big companies seeing this as an attractive thing and it's adding value to their companies, and then that's good for everybody.
Thanks a lot. I would love to keep talking to you all and take it into a real coffee break. Unfortunately, it's only an online event, so I'm going to have to wrap it up now. But I just thought maybe we can end with one small round with each of you. If you have one word or one message and you had to summarize in only one word, what would it be to promote the educational sector uptake of nature-based solutions? What would your word be? Paul. Sorry?
Fun.
Fun. Very good.
Yeah.
And for me, it would be inspired.
For me, it would be perceptibility. I hope it's the right word.
I have too many words. I'm the one that comes up with dare.
Dare. I like that. And on that note, I think that's a great word to end on. Be daring, be brave, and push this nature-based solution agenda forward within the education sector and beyond. So thank you very, very much to all of our speakers, our pitchers, and the audience members for your question and your voting. I'm really happy now to hand over to Professor Cheng Wang, who will present on environmental aspects of nature-based solutions and restoration in our next session. So thank you all very, very much, and enjoy the rest of the event today. I think we just have, for the next session, then we're going to have the pin screen here. Rick, I don't know if you want to come in here.
Thank you, McKenna. Yeah, we're working to get Professor Wang on the screen. In the meantime, I would like to thank you, McKenna, for bringing forward this very nice session and all the panelists, also the very nice videos. I would like to remind you that we will have all the presentations and the recording online in a couple of weeks. And also, I forgot to mention this morning when starting this session that this webinar is brought to you by 4 research projects funded by the Horizon 2020 mechanism at the European Commission. These 4 projects are INTERLACE, CONEXUS, REGREEN and CLEARING HOUSE. All these 4 projects are working on urban ecosystem restoration in Latin America, in the case for CONEXUS and INTERLACE, and in China, in the case of REGREEN and CLEARING HOUSE. So I'm looking at my colleague Rosa, who is the wizard of Zoom. Apparently, we do not have Professor Wang on board of this meeting yet. So Rosa, maybe I suggest that I start with setting a little bit the scene for this next session, which is on environmental aspects of nature-based solutions. So I will start with sharing my screen. So nature-based solutions and their environmental aspects. Of course, there are lots of environmental aspects. And in the coming session, we are going to focus on some of them. One we are probably not really focusing on in the next session, but one which is, in my opinion, very important in the actual state we are, is storing carbon in the vegetation, storing carbon in the trees and the shrubs. The soil is very important, and keeping this vegetation, keeping the soils, we have the healthy soils in urban ecosystems is a very important thing. And when people ask me why is this important, I usually refer to this slide. So, and this is research done in London, University College London, a couple of years ago, and they have been measuring the amount of carbon stored in urban forests, and based on their calculations per hectare, so per area, the amount of carbon stored in urban forests can be as high as the amount of carbon stored in rainforests. So a second point is, and this one will be discussed more into detail by Dr. Chiali Jin later on, is the importance of urban green and urban trees for reducing the urban heat island effect. So every time we have a heat wave, I see this kind of pictures popping up in my Facebook and Twitter timeline about the impact of trees on the urban temperature. So this is something which is probably a very important aspect, which with increasing temperatures in cities is something we have to put more attention. And you see this very nicely in this graph, where you see the rise of temperatures in built-up areas, and you see how much lower the temperature can be in areas where there's more green space. So, of course, planting trees is not only planting trees will not solve this, but other cooling strategies, for instance, by using other materials, combined can lead to reducing the number of people dying through health-related issues with 20% during heat waves. So that's quite high number. And to wrap up this short introduction, I would like to refer to this research done by IS Global, organization from Barcelona in Spain, who has been calculating the impact of the lack of green space or the availability of green space on the health of people living in European cities with a population higher than 100,000 people. And what we see is if everybody should have, or if every citizen in these cities should have sufficient green space and should have sufficient access to this green space, we could avoid about 43,000 people dying in these European cities per year. And they have also ranked cities in Europe with the top 5 cities and the top 5 cities that are scoring the lowest. This is quite interesting, and it's also interesting that you can just go to this link here and see how your city is scoring. The impact on public health has not been really a topic of our webinar today and yesterday. So maybe we can pick up this topic later on, and this is a sneak preview to Mariana's closing session, where we will ask you for any topic that you want to see discussed in an upcoming webinar in this series. So if you already have a topic you want to see discussed, you can already include it in the Q&A. If not, make note of it and send it, or you can contribute it to us later on. So with this, I'm very happy to transfer the moderation to my good colleague, Professor Wang Cheng from the Chinese Academy of Forestry. He will guide you through the rest of this session on environmental aspects. Good afternoon, Professor Wang.
I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well. Just a reminder for the people
Sorry,
that we have the translation.
Huge apologies because I wasn't panelist before. I was one of the attendees, so I wasn't able to speak. It is a huge pleasure to attend the session of today's webinar. And during this session, we are going to focus on the environmental aspects of NBS and the restoration. As Rik beautifully introduced early on regarding the clearing house progress, we have 4 presenters for this session. So next speaker is from the CFRF, Dr. Jiali Jing. She will talk about the cooling effect, especially the relationship between urban green space and the land surface temperatures in typical Chinese cities. Dr. Jing is a researcher at our research institute. She focuses on the cooling effect of urban forest and also the capacity of urban forest. She's also the coordinator of the Clearinghouse project. She's done marvelous work for the project. I would give the floor to Dr. Jing. Jiali, the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. Good afternoon. I couldn't use the camera on my computer, so I want to say a big sorry that I will not be able to show my face. I can only communicate with you using my voice. I hope you can all see my screen. Can you all see it? Brilliant. So I will talk about the relationship between urban green space and land surface temperatures in typical Chinese cities, in particular the cooling effect of urban forest. As we all know, that the cooling effect largely comes from the shade provided, the photosynthesis effect and the transpiration, but at the same time, it can affect the temperature in the city. So how do we use trees and forests to mitigate the urban heat island effect? So from an ecological point of view, we need to look at the composition and the configuration within the city because it would have huge effect on the outcome of the temperature in the city. So speaking about it specifically, the differences in surface temperature between different surfaces covers, if we look at different patch size, for example, the bar chart on the left-hand side, you can see different land covers and the differences in temperatures. Water body, due to its own nature, the temperature is much lower than other bars. If you look at woodland and green space, because it is hugely affected by human activities, So woodland, the temperature of woodland is slightly lower than that of green space. So therefore, let's look at the structures and patterns first. There are many researchers that have shown that the size of park area affects the temperature. So the larger the park area, the stronger the cooling effect. And also it has extensive effect to its neighboring areas. But in urban areas, there are certain inflection points. For example, if we look at the patch size and areas, we found out, or some researchers found out, the size of park has a significant impact on its cooling effect, and also there's a critical area of the optimal park area. And the optimal park area is about 10 hectare square meters. So the larger the park area, the cooling effect is more obvious. But the optimal area or the critical area is dependent on the time we did the research, is dependent on the sample cities that we researched. So in different cities, the results are slightly different. If we look at the area of the cooling effect, when we look at Beijing in woodland and also in patch sizes, the cooling effect is the largest within the buffer distance range of 0 to 100 meters of woodland patch. But in other cities, for example, in Harbin, within the much northern part of China, as you can see the curve dropping. When we look at the internal factors of the cooling effect in cities, if we look at parks with a high percentage of deciduous, then the proportion of the water body area and the proportion of impervious area have a significant effect on the change of park surface temperature. If you look at grassland, there's not huge difference to the temperature. So when we design parks, we need to combine water body as well as a woodland, and especially how to strike a balance between the two is very important for the impervious temperature. When we look at Beijing inner city, I will briefly mention our research. In Beijing, from 2012, we've started 2 rounds of afforestation projects. So we did some research regarding the city temperatures. We realized that on different urban development gradients, the pattern characteristics of woodland and the park patches have different relationships with surface temperature. So when the total area remains the same, larger forest patches are more conducive to cooling, and this relationship is more obvious, more pronounced in urban areas. When the total area of parks remains the same, the cluster parks in the city are beneficial to alleviate the heat island effect. But the opposite is also true in suburban areas, in rural areas. So this means on the urban and the rural gradient, the spatial layout and management of forests and parks should also adopt different methods. So when we look at the vegetation development and also latent heat, we can see that the heat dissipation intensity of the canopy increases exponentially with the decrease of surface vegetation cover. So within Beijing inner city area, we can help the government, we can assist the government in finding the right vegetation to build up a green space better. So essentially within the red areas, the areas that is ring-fenced with red lines, because those areas will have a much better effect. Last but not least, with Clearing House and the MOSE project, we focus on the cooling effect of urban forests in city temperatures. Next steps are as following. So first, we want to find the optimal area for urban parks to provide cooling effects. As I've mentioned before, when we look at different cities during different timelines, the optimal area for cooling effect has huge differences between cities. So therefore, in our project, we want to find a common denominator. We want to find a model that can be replicated throughout different cities. Next, we want to find key vegetation patches that mitigate urban surface temperature changes. This will be carried out in task 2.2. Third target is to understand better public attitudes and perceptions of urban forest mitigation of heat island effect. We have carried out research in this regard. We are in the process of drafting our report, and we will make our report available to everybody. Last but not least, taking this opportunity, I would also like to galvanize the insights and expertise from all colleagues, all participants. We hope that we can get as much feedback as possible so that we can apply it better to the clearinghouse and most projects. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Jinjiali, for your presentation. She talked about the effect of urban forest and its impact on cooling effect in city temperatures. As we have a common understanding that it is very important to have urban forests in our cities, but what is the optimal area and what is optimal layout of vegetation is still yet to be decided. Next, we have Madame Su Juan from Guangzhou City. She is the chief engineer from Guangzhou Forest Institute, and she has spent a lot of time in the research and development of green space in Guangzhou. So she has huge expertise and insights in terms of protection of biodiversity and development of green space in cities. She will talk about from degraded orchards to biodiversity, green leisure spaces, NBS practices in Guangzhou City. Please, the floor is yours. Hello, I hope you can all hear me. Dear colleagues from Europe, hello. I am Su Juan from Guangzhou City. Well, I will talk about a specific case study in Guangzhou, how it transformed from a degraded orchid to a green leisure space. Guangzhou is in the southern part of China with over 7,000 square kilometers and inhabitants over 18 million, with a long-standing history of over 2,200 years. It's one of the 4 major cities in China. It's a typical city with mountains and rivers, and we have many different natural resources. For many years, as we adopt the concept of green mountains and the blue lakes, or the mountains and lakes of gold. Sorry, there's something wrong with my slides. Please bear with me. Please bear with me. Apologies for the technical hiccup. Apologies. I will continue. For many years, we adopted the methodology of green mountains and blue rivers are the mountains and rivers of gold. So we developed the city along the line of ecological civilization as well as economic development. I will talk about the Haizhu wetland case study. Sorry, there's something wrong with the screen. Okay, now it looks better. Now I will focus on the case study. So it has an area of 1,100 hectares with 800 years of semi-nature orchids. It has 39 waterways connected with a Pearl River. It has 4 characteristics. First, it is the largest wetland in the city center of Guangzhou. It is essentially on the central line of Guangzhou, and the largest wetland park in China. It is a fruit-based agriculture. So follows the waterway, there are ponds and different rivers and lakes, and along the waterways, there are orchids and also fisheries in the water bodies. And also there are many different species of birds living there. So there is very good circulation of birds, fruits, and fisheries. Also along the waterways, transportation is utilized. The third characteristic is its tidal culture or tidal hydrological pattern. So with the Pearl River providing natural tides, ample water resources is provided, and also it purifies and filters the Pearl River. The fourth characteristic, it is the habitat for many birds. With the city development being so rapid, it has huge potential on the wetlands. And Guangzhou is developing those wetlands with great strides. There are many policies.
Now, the government has used the land, especially in 2012. The government has issued some policies, including some budget allocation, more than 4.5 billion Chinese yuan to expropriate land from the farmers so as to provide enough land for this ecological system. And actually our final aim is to protect the wetland. Now, the second measure is to step up the restoration. So to reduce the intervention, for example, we try to restore our water bodies. We try to protect the little fish and insects in the environment. Furthermore, we also try to restore the fruit base or the orchards, especially the protection of the old fruit trees. The third measure is to increase the number of birds. As you can see, we are trying to build a conducive environment for our birds, especially providing good eating environment for them. And this has been a good model for the whole world. Furthermore, we are also trying to incorporate the protection of this wetland into our city planning system, especially the city ecological protection system. In 2018, the Guangzhou government has actually published some policies to step up the protection. Well, through our restoration and protection, I must say the Haizhu wetland has witnessed the improvement of its ecological system. Well, first of all, we have seen the functions, the ecological functions of this area are being better and better. And the biodiversity has also witnessed huge progress. There are a lot of increases of birds, of plants, and insects. As you can see, the numbers I listed here. Well, there are some new imported species as well. There are 9, not imported, newly recorded species, actually, 9 newly reported species. Well, the second benefit is that this wetland has become our south lung. It's a lung for breathing. Well, as you can see in Guangzhou, the air has been freshened by this wetland so as to actually ease or to address the heat island problem. The third benefit is that the regulation function of the tidal cycles. So the tides and the surrounding areas are being regulated by this wetland. The fourth benefit is the quality of water has also been improving. Well, before the level of the water quality was the 5th level, now it has increased to the 3rd level. So it has a purification function. 5th, it has also been actively participating in the ecological development system in the Guangzhou, Hong Kong, and Macau Big Bay area. In 2020, it has joined the IUCN as a member. Well, in terms of the social benefit, we are also witnessing some very obvious signs. This wetland has more and more becoming our name card of Guangzhou City, and it has also become a leisure place for the citizens. The citizens really love it. Every year, it receives more than 10 million visitors, and it carries out more than 200 activities, including some fruit festivals and some traditional activities, including Dragon Boat Festival, including some drama festivals, etc. And most importantly, it's also a driving force for the surrounding economy. It has attracted Alibaba, Tencent, etc. There are close to 30 important enterprises entering into this region. And this is, of course, very conducive to the economic development of Guangzhou. That's the end of my briefing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This ends my speech. Mr. Wang, I have finished. Excuse me.
Professor Wang,
the chair seems to have lost his connection. The interpreter cannot hear anything.
Well, I suggest that I then shortly introduce the next speaker. So the next speaker is Giuliano Massali Locosali. Are you there? So we have indeed the next speaker. Sorry, as I'm just jumping in, I do not have your biography here at hand. So I would like to invite you, Mr. Locastelli, to introduce yourself. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Thank you, Professor Rik. Morning, everyone. My name is Juliano Locastelli. I'm an assistant professor at the University of São Paulo, Brazil. I'm working mainly now with urban trees and urban forests, but my background has been working with natural forests all over Brazil. So first, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to take part of these very interesting event, quite impressive so far with all the presentations and discussions. And so I'll present to you today. I'll quickly go through a short introduction, and then I'll present a project that we are running here in the city of São Paulo. So I think we all know by now that the cities are one of the main epicenters of climate change all over the world, either because of its direct impacts, the impacts of the activities that are taken within the city's boundaries, or because of the indirect impacts of the cities on natural and also rural areas. We have this massive urban footprint in the areas outside the cities. And that's quite impressive if we realize that cities only cover 2% of the whole terrestrial area. But in fact, more than 50% of the global population are living in the cities nowadays, and we expect it to reach more than 2/3 by 2050. And for this reason, cities are responsible for the consumption of almost 3/4 of the natural resource and energy produced all over the world. But cities are also very vulnerable to climate change because of its own intrinsic characteristics, like impervious cover and built environment, because of land use change. So within this context, we now know that urban forests are one of the main tools that we have to adapt cities to climate change. And when we talk about urban forests, we're talking about all of its forms, either natural forest patches within the city or public parks, some squares, street trees, and even the gardens. All these forms of the vegetation, they are part of the urban forests. And it's within this context of climate change and using natural resource to look for solutions within the city that couple of years ago, we started the CONEXUS project. It's an international consortium, nature-based solutions. Some of you probably heard of it. It's an international consortium that's led by the University of Sheffield and involves 7 cities, 4 cities in Latin America, and 3 cities in Europe. And in each one of these cities, we establish what we call life labs. And each one of these life labs must have stakeholders from the academia, government, and the third sector. And here in São Paulo, we have the Functional Forest Life Lab. And this life lab has the aim of optimizing the ecosystem service of urban forests within our city. So we are monitoring the ecosystem services and the related biological mechanisms in 3 different approaches. We are measuring these ecosystem services in a large natural forest patch. It's really the Atlantic forest here for our city. We're also measuring ecosystem services in a well-established and large public park. And we are also measuring the ecosystem services in a park that has a great potential for ecosystems restoration. And we are measuring mainly fluxes of carbon, water, and energy between the whole vegetation of each one of these parks and the atmosphere using a system that we call eddy covariance. So we build eddy covariance towers in each one of these forests, and we are measuring this flux so we can know how the forest structure influence the provision of ecosystem services. And we are also, so here you can see, this is one of the flux towers that we have. This is in this well-established public park. This whole system installed at about 15 meters above the ground, and it's measuring all these fluxes from the vegetation of the park and the atmosphere. We are also measuring the exactly same biological mechanisms and fluxes within different tree species at tree level. And we're measuring the water flux within these trees. We're also measuring the carbon flux, what the trees, how much carbon each one of these trees they're accumulating, and what they do with this carbon, if they allocate in structural parts or if they allocate in reserves. So we are measuring these fluxes within the tree using different devices, like this is a digital dynamometer that's measuring the growth of the tree at every 10 minutes. And also we are measuring the sap flow of these trees using the sap flow meters that's also measuring at every 10 minutes. And this is to give you an idea of the kind of knowledge that we produce. So this is the one of the species. This is Cedrela. This is a native species from the Atlantic rainforest. And here we can see a whole year of growth monitoring, and we can thus define how fast these trees are growing. We can know what is the growing season, the length of the growing season. And also you can see here these gray bars. These gray bars are indicating periods when we sampled small pieces of the wood using increment borders to analyze how trees are allocating the carbon in terms of reserves, if it's in soluble sugars, for instance, or if it's starch. So this is the kind of results we are getting for these specific species. We get to know not only how fast these trees are growing and when they are growing, also what these trees are doing with the carbon in terms of reserves, if they are locating like in glucose or in sucrose or in starch, if there is a balance with this, because the carbon reserves are very important when we think about carbon biomass in a forest, also in an urban forest. It can be up to 8% of 10% of the whole carbon stored in the forest. And just to finish, this is one of the parks. This is the park where we have a great potential for ecosystem restoration. We are planning a forest restoration in one of these two areas of the whole park, this green area here. And we are now monitoring the baseline before we can really make the intervention. We can really plant the trees, and we will measure how these trees or how these forests improve the ecosystem service that are provided for this whole community that's living around this park. And also, we planned this ecosystem restoration with all our colleagues from CONEXUS. So we had the expertise of people from South America and also Europe to establish some guidelines for the development of the whole park, and also for establishing the ecosystem restoration in this area. So this is just an overview of the project that we are conducting here in the city of São Paulo. And so we can get to know an idea of the ecosystem services, and especially of the carbon assimilation and the carbon storage under different scales in the city, like a nanoscale, that's the tree level, a micro scale, that's the forest level within each one of these parks, and also a macro scale, that's all of these parks within the city of São Paulo, and how we can extrapolate these results for all the parks in our city. So thank you very much for your attention.
OK，谢谢我们圣保罗的。
Thank you very much for our colleagues from São Paulo on his presentation regarding the research on greenhouse gas emission. Next speaker is from the UK Centre of Ecology and Hydrology, Dr. Lawrence Jones. He will talk about City Explorer, a toolkit for ecosystem services provided by urban restoration. Dr. Lawrence Jones is from the UK Centre of Ecology and Hydrology, and he's leading on many groups, for example, such as wetland, grassland, and his interest is in spatial modeling with an increasing focus on urban green and blue space, effects on air pollutions, in particular nitrogen and ozone, on semi-natural ecosystems, and also coastal ecology. I would like to welcome Dr. Jones. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So this is a toolkit that we're developing within the REGREEN project, but it's actually something that started before the REGREEN project, and it was funded initially by European Space Agency and Future Earth as a demonstrator, which we showed at COP26 in Glasgow, and then in REGREEN we're developing it in close discussion with our city partners in Paris, in Aarhus, and in Velika Gorica. So I will just briefly run through some of the capabilities of the tool and also explain the next steps. So I should say at this point that most of the development of the tool is done by my colleague, David Fletcher. So a little bit of background, which everybody knows about the challenges of urban residents in terms of sort of heat, air pollution, noise, flooding, multiple challenges. One of the reasons for creating this tool was that we feel there was a lack of quantified information on the benefits of many of these green space areas. And often it's sort of based on a lookup table that people take from the literature, and it's not based on a sort of modeled situation for that specific context in that specific part of the city. So that's what City Explorer aims to do, is to incorporate simplified ecosystem service models into the tool, and to do that in a way that is accessible for planners, so that it's easy for them to use. So this is just a very brief overview of what the toolkit does. So at the moment we have 3 models developed actually in the tool. So we have air pollution removal, we have cooling provided by green space, and we have noise mitigation by trees. The toolkit also brings in social and economic factors, so you can look at equity issues within the tool. And by combining these different components, it allows us also to look at opportunity mapping, so that for a specific challenge or for multiple challenges, you can see where is the best place to do an intervention within the city. And the tool allows you to create scenarios and compare them. So I'll just briefly run through each of these components now. So this is the first panel, and this shows how you create scenarios within the tool. So at the moment, this is the version that's set up for Paris. And this is on the panel, you can see an area which is just south of the River Seine. So if you wanted to, for example, turn part of this park with lots of trees, so this is the darker color is woodland, you might want to turn some of that into an open area for playing, so it would be grass, or you could build some facilities, you could build a cafe, some infrastructure there. So you turn it into a sealed surface. So you can basically draw a polygon in the area you want to change and change it to the new land cover type. You can then save that as a scenario and you can run that through the ecosystem service models later. You can also visualize the pressures facing a city. So this is the pressure from PM 2.5 concentrations. So PM has the greatest health benefit, the health impacts, which is why we concentrate on PM. And at this point, you can also then change how you want to weight the pressure in terms of people who might be exposed to that. So for air pollution, children are quite at risk in terms of their development of their lung capacity. So you can look at the weighted PM 2.5, how it affects the population under age 10, for example. Or for heat, it tends to be the elderly who are most at risk. So you could add in a weighting factor to work out the sort of most impact on the elderly population. And you can also combine these weightings. So this panel shows a combined pressure map, if you like, for PM removal, cooling, and noise. So these are the areas where the pressure is greatest. So you can see it tends to be along busy roads where there's lots of sealed surfaces. Okay, so some detail on the ecosystem service mapping. So this particular example is the cooling provided by urban green space. Darker color is more cooling potential. So this incorporates cooling from trees, from grass, and also from water bodies. And there was a really nice talk earlier by Ginger Lee on the sort of cooling benefits of urban parks. So this particular example shows the cooling. This example shows the noise mitigation. So this is a model which calculates how much noise is reduced by having large areas of trees. And this also shows that you can zoom in and out in the tool, so you can focus on a particular area of the city or zoom right out to see the whole city. So in this particular example, you can see the darker color gives more noise mitigation by trees, and you can see the road along the top, which is the source of the road. So I'll show you now something about the opportunity mapping. So this takes into account where the people are, so where the pressure is greatest, where the demand is greatest, so where you have sensitive areas of the population, depending on your settings earlier on when you set up the tool. And then this shows the best place to plant trees to reduce noise levels. So you can see the sort of spatial pattern with the darker colors focused on road networks. And then this is the opportunity mapping to reduce PM 2.5 concentrations. So the deposition velocity of particulates to trees, to leaf surfaces, depends on the initial concentration of the PM. So the greatest concentrations mean that you have the greatest effectiveness to remove PM 2.5. So you can see the spatial pattern is different for these. And then lastly, this is the sort of cooling potential. So this takes into account where the land surface temperatures are highest in the city. So you can see that if you want to plant trees for different purposes, there's different optimum locations. But again, you can combine all of these to create a single overview, which shows where to plant trees to tackle the best coverage of all of these three pressures at the moment. There's also a tab which summarizes the information. So you can download the maps, the spatial data, but you can also get summary data. So the bar graphs in the middle show, in this example, it's the average cooling in areas with a sort of weighted population, age-weighted factor into that. You can also get summary statistics. You see the table at the top, which gives the overview across the different scenarios. And you can also, the table at the bottom gives more detail on the actual cooling effect provided by different components. So that's a very quick run through of what the tool does at the moment. At the moment, it's run on a computer, but we're working to create an online version. So at the moment, we're creating online versions for Aarhus in Denmark and for Birmingham in the UK. And the idea is that anyone can then access the tool and explore the benefits for that particular city. We're bringing in a new ecosystem service module on surface water flow. So that's complete, and we're bringing that into the new online versions for Aarhus and for Birmingham. And just also to add that there's a couple of papers, so we're documenting the approaches as we go and we're publishing them. So thank you very much for listening. That's the end of my talk. If you scan this QR code, it takes you to the website where you can watch some videos with a bit more information about the tool. And we'll keep you informed as to when the online versions are available. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Lawrence Jones. You were talking about the toolkit, very, very interesting toolkit, talking about the urban forest, the ecological effect, and the visualization of this toolkit and its role and its weak points, especially. Well, this is very good for the planning, for the optimization of our urban forests. Thank you very much. We thank the panelists for their speeches. You have touched upon different aspects of NBS. You have shared with us your views and ideas, very inspirational speeches. Now, if you want to go further, against the backdrop of urbanization and the urban development, how to fully leverage the NBS to provide better services to the urban development. If you want to go further, feel free to chip in. Now, of course, Su Juan, Madam Su Juan, you talked about Guangzhou. I'm just wondering, with regard to the NBS, in practice, what do you think we should improve? What aspects we should improve? Well, from the government's point of view, the planning, the design, the policy, insurance, all these are very important. Well, from the technical point of view, for example, from the top design point of view, and I think these are interlinked. So the government, the academics should strengthen their interactions. So which means the government should convey the demands to the experts, to the academics, and to the universities. So in other words, they should step up their communication. I am from the academics, from a research center. I believe the communication is insufficient between us and the government. So because, of course, what the government is thinking, what the citizens are thinking might be different. Thank you. And other professors, the role of the government vis-a-vis the NBS, what do you guys have to say? The role of the government in the NBS. Well, Professor Lawrence Jones, the toolkit you developed, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's very interesting. In the future, in the application, certainly the uptake of the government is a big issue. So in the development of this toolkit, have you already thought of the awareness of the government on the NBS? How to step up, how to strengthen the awareness of the government on the NBS? Have you thought of this? when you developed this toolkit?
When we first started developing the toolkit, we talked mainly with city officials. So we talked with the 3 cities in REGREEN, and we also talked with people who work with cities in Southeast Asia, in Singapore, in the USA. So we tried to work out what features they needed in the tool. So we've been working very closely with cities and people who will use the tool. I guess we haven't worked so much at a local government, a sort of higher government level. And I think that might be different in different countries. So in the UK, at least, it's probably not so important for city decision making. It's more useful, I think, to work directly with the city. But in other countries, it might be more important to work with higher levels of government.
Okay. How about locality? Do you have an idea? Yeah.
Yeah, no, here in São Paulo, we are getting, I would say, full support for the government, from the municipality, not only in terms of logistics, also on legal support for authorization and permits, but really we are discussing with them the whole interventions in the different parks, especially in terms of the ecosystem restoration in the 3rd park. So we are developing with them the guidelines for the development of the park, and also for the forest reconstruction that we are planning for this area.
Well,
what is very important for the NBS is the roles of different factors, including wetland, etc. So actually, how to analyze them in a scientific way, or how to evaluate these functions in a scientific way? Professor Jones, when you developed your toolkit, the ecological effects, how do you quantify such effects? Or what suggestions do you have in terms of quantification of such effect?
Yeah, it's a big challenge. It's also a challenge to sort of get a simplified version of a model into something like an online tool that runs very quickly. So, for example, the air pollution removal equations are based on using a dynamic atmospheric chemistry transport model. So to run a scenario for the UK at fine resolution, at 1 kilometer resolution, might take a week to run on a high power computer. So clearly we need to simplify those. And so in the toolkit, we have meta models, we have much simplified equations, but they're still based on outputs from very robust models. And for some things, it's easier than others. So actually for the air pollution removal, it's quite easy to apply. But you also have to take into account scale. So for example, at an individual pixel level, for an individual tree, in fact, you can work out the amount of pollution that it removes. But to calculate the change in pollution concentration requires trees across a much larger area. So some things you can quantify at a pixel level or a tree level. Some things you can only quantify at a 5 kilometer grid level. So the challenges are different for each sort of scientific domain, I would say.
OK， 其他专家还有想补充的吗？
Other experts, do you want to add something?
哎，好，嘉丽。
谢谢大家。就是因为我自己
Thank you very much. Sorry. The sound is too weak. The interpreter cannot hear. So I'm also actually developing an app. Therefore, I'm extremely interested in the talk about the City Explorer Toolkit by Professor Jones. Well, I understand the quality of data is a big issue. So therefore, I have a question. How to collect good quality data in different cities? Is this challenging? Second question, with regard to the application, my team is also planning to develop a similar toolkit. Excuse me, a kid is shouting. The remote sensing or the modeling experts might be taken into account. So, and we understand that the applications in different regions in the world are different because different countries, different regions have different evaluation tools. For example, iTree, etc. They are all different. So whether or not we can find something rather generic or rather universal, a universal tool. What is your thinking? Excuse me, the interpreter might got it wrong because the sound was not good.
Thank you for the question. That was clear. So several questions there. The first one was on sort of data availability, and that is a challenge, as you know. So we had very good data for Paris. We have very fine spatial resolution data on air pollution, for example. But most other cities don't have that. So often we have to then rely on globally available data sets. So for air pollution, there's a 1 kilometer data set available. So as a default, we can, in any tool, you can use global data sets, but it's always better if there's fine resolution data available from the city itself. So there's challenges with the physical data sets, but there's also challenges with the social data sets as well. So for example, in Aarhus, they have amazing social data down to household level, but for privacy reasons, you're not allowed to use that. And they only release public data at a very coarse level. So if you're trying to map exposure from different socioeconomic groups within a city, it's important to have as fine resolution data as possible to do that. So your ability to target interventions to the right part of the city is also limited by the availability of social data. And then on the second question about sort of developing sort of generic relationships, that's really important. So cooling is one nice example of that. So cooling potential, most studies tend to be done in temperate ecosystems, temperate cities. It's going to be very different in very hot arid areas, and it's also going to be very different in hot humid cities. And actually we have a new joint project with Giuliano, where we're looking at the cooling potential and making use of their eddy flux covariance towers. So we're literally just starting a project now, which will be starting to explore these issues for Sao Paulo. So a very different context to the European cities we've worked in so far. So if you can develop city-specific models, then that would be good. But the aim always is to develop approaches which are general or generalizable, but take into account different contexts.
Professor Wang, I would also like to make a comment. So in terms of protection of natural spaces within cities, there are many light pollutions, in particular during night times. In Guangzhou, we are also working on providing a regulation regarding light pollution in evenings. So how bright should the lights be? If we look at parks, especially those parks in remote or suburban areas, how bright should the street lamps be? You should give the natural species some potential to enjoy natural evening light instead of artificial street lamps. So I think when we look at parks, the main roads in the parks should be lit by street lamps, but sideways in parks should not be lit by street lamps, or maybe by 10 p.m. most of the street lamps should be dimmed. So if any of the colleagues would have any suggestions on this, I would really welcome your feedback to help us to protect the natural spaces in our cities better. That's a very interesting question. So in urban parks, in urban green space, the connection is off.
Well, this is really,
Okay, Rik.
Okay, you're back.
Okay,
Professor
okay.
Wang, you're back. Yes, we can.
Oh, Rik, you can give us some opinion of your about this question.
No, we had lost you in the connection, Professor Wang. So I invite you to give your answer to this question, and then we have to close this session.
Okay, 没有，我就是说苏总他提了一个夜晚。
I was simply saying that Madam Su raised a very interesting question. So how do we make sure the light pollution does not affect the day-to-day life of animals? So I was just wondering whether any of you have any advice or suggestions?
Well, I think this is a very interesting question where I think it's a very debated question. It's out of my expertise. Giuliano, Lorenz, do you have any expertise there?
No, I was just going to say that I don't know in terms of animals, but we're measuring mainly plants and trees. But it's funny because in one of the parks we installed the tower, and it's close to an area that's lit by artificial light during the night. So we are really excited to see what we're going to get in terms of flux of water, CO2 and energy, having these lights during the night. I don't know, I don't have the answer yet, but I'm curious to see it.
Well, this is of course a very actual and burning question in Europe, because we have to save electricity in Europe these days, and well, bringing light to parks is maybe, or reducing the light in parks and along or leaved streets can be one of the solutions, or can be contributing to the solution maybe. So anyway, I think as the moderator of today, I would like to close this session. Thank you, Joan Su, thank you, Professor Wang, thank you, Lawrence and Jones, and thank you, Giuliano Locostelli, and of course also thank you, Jiali Jen, for your very interesting insights in all the environmental aspects of nature-based solutions for sustaining our sustainable cities. So thank you all also for all the attendees. You really now deserve a coffee break. So with this, I would like to announce that the coffee break will be for 12 minutes. So we start again in 12 minutes with Marianne's session on ecological quality of restoration activities. So that will be 11:50 in Central European time, Brussels time, And in China, it will be 5:50, so 10 to 6 in the evening. Although it's getting very late and it's Friday evening, I hope we will have some Chinese colleagues still aboard for the ecological quality session. So have a nice coffee break. Thank you. See you later. Now I would like to remind you, or I would like to rephrase or repeat the upset of this webinar. So it has been set up by 4 ecosystem restoration projects, urban ecosystem restoration projects funded by the Horizon 2020 program by the European Commission. What I forgot to mention up to now is that our Chinese partners have been funded by the Ministry of Science and Technology in China for the work they are doing on their side. So we would like to thank also the Chinese ministry for this funding, of course. So the 4 projects who are bringing this webinar to you is INTERLACE, CONEXUS, REGREEN and CLEARING HOUSE. So I think Marianne's time has come for the final, the last session, the one on ecological quality of restoration activities and nature-based solutions. Are you ready, Marianne?
Yes, I think, and I hope our speakers are ready as well. Welcome everybody to this last session of this joint webinar over 2 days covering Latin America, Europe and China. It's really exciting to see how it works so well with the translation. So this session will be on ecological quality of restoration activities. And for those of you who were here yesterday, we had a nice representation from the European Commission through Ben Kasper, who talked about the ambitious and much needed legal framework for nature restoration for increasing both protected and restored nature in Europe. And I know that in China, the concept of ecological civilization has become also the guiding policy and written into the constitution in 2018 to achieve the balance between environmental protection and development. So ecological quality and implying nature-based solutions become all the more important when we aim to do this at such a massive and systemic scale. So it's important to establish guidelines and principles for ensuring the quality of these restoration activities. So in this session, we aim to present scientific insights and experiences of how cities can recover and restore ecosystems, but with a high quality to it, so avoid greenwashing. And we'll address what elements and processes are important for securing such high quality urban nature, and we'll discuss why ecological quality matter in restoration activities. So the questions that we have for this session is really, how can cities ensure high quality when restoring natural habitats in dense urban areas? And what elements and processes are important for securing a high quality nature in urban NBS? So we will first hear some insights from working with biodiversity in Chinese cities, followed by a short film and reflection on insights from working with bringing biodiversity into cities in Europe by using quite simple but effective solutions. And we'll also be hearing about criteria and principles of high quality nature-based solutions, a study carried out during the last Network Nature semester theme on quality and standards. And finally, we'll end up with a panel discussion and reflections. And as always in the other session, you're most welcome to post your questions in the Q&A. And if we don't manage to do them now, then hopefully during the very last wrap up, our esteemed speakers can reply. So I will like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Jun Yang from Tsinghua University in Beijing. Welcome. Professor Yang is an urban ecologist at the Department of Earth System Science, and his research interests include quantification methods for studying. Oh, something happened here. Just lost my speaking mode. Here we go. Include quantification methods for studying the structure and functions of urban ecosystems, the impact of the global environmental change on urban biodiversity, ecosystem services, and human beings, and human well-being, and integrated assessments of sustainability of urban environments in rapid urbanized regions. Professor Yang is also an associate editor of Urban Forestry and Urban Greening, and a member of the editorial board for Agriculture and Forest Methodology, and a co-chair of Ecosystem Service Partnership China National Network. So that goes to show something about the expertise that we have on board here. Professor Yang will be giving a talk on working with biodiversity in Chinese cities, taking the case of new urban forest in Beijing. So I give the floor to you, Jun. Please, you have 10 minutes and I'll give a shout when you have a few minutes left.
All right, thank you, Marianne, for the introduction. So good noon and good afternoon to everyone. I will start to share my PowerPoints. Okay, if you can see my PowerPoint, I will start my presentation now. So it's my great pleasure to open this session with a short introduction of our work in Beijing. I hope my introduction can generate discussion on attention to the ecological quality of nature-based solutions in cities. I will begin by introducing the Building Moon project in Beijing. For those of you who is not familiar with the project, this is probably the largest nature-based solution project ever conducted in Chinese cities. It involves two phases. The first phase was conducted between 2012 and 2015. The second phase was conducted between 2018 and 2022. So the two maps shows where those two projects were conducted. In the first phase, so around 666 square kilometers of land were planted with trees. So that's about 50 million trees. In the second phase, the same amount of lands were planted with trees, grass, and also restored wetlands. So the project has improved the forest cover in Beijing by 9%. In the plain areas, not in the mountain area, the coverage has been improved by 16%. In 10 years, Beijing created a new urban forest. So this is probably also the largest urban NBS project in the world too. So I have a strong interest to find out how this mega project will impact the biodiversity in Beijing. I mainly focus on the plant diversity as the first step. So in 2013, just 1 year after the project was officially started, my team conducted a survey of 184 planting sites. We put down about 800 sample plots. So you can see from this map, which shows where we did our sample. And also you see from this table, you can see most of the planting were carried out in croplands, and the rest were on the demolished sites, the sandlands, and the wastelands. So that's how the land resource for this project came from. So here are some findings. So we found that the new plantings added 61 tree and shrub species to those sites. Remember, those sites are mainly croplands and also the sand pits and wastelands and demolished lands. So they didn't have a very high biodiversity to start with. So all those 61 new tree species and shrub species has been added to those sites. Below are some pictures of the plantations. You can see some new planting sites and some mixed cauliflower and broadleaf tree stand, and also a very beautiful, well-maintained broadleaf tree stand. We didn't count the herb species at this stage because they were either removed totally, or the planters, they put a temporary layer of herb species to prevent the dusts generated from the ground. So in 2022, we reserved 199 sample plots. So that's about 1/4 of our original plan plots. In this survey, we identified 71 species in the tree layers and 58 shrub species in the shrub layer and 176 herb species. I should note that some species occur both in the tree layer and also the shrub layer because of natural regeneration. But most new tree and shrub species were added later to the plantation as a way to increase the biodiversity. Herb species are mostly spontaneous species with few ornamental tree species. So clearly, the efforts to increase the biodiversity of the plantations works. So I compared the top 5 species in both years. You should know that they are not entirely comparable because our sample in 2022 is only a subsample of 2013. But interestingly, you can see that the ranking of those top 5 species, they actually only shift a little bit. And you can notice that those trees grow up really quickly. Both the DBH and the heights of the tree increase significantly. So that indicates all those trees are well maintained. However, this can be a problem. I will come back to this point later. So in 2019, the government they were not satisfied with the biodiversity of the plantation. So they initiated a program to create what we call mini ecological conservation areas inside the plantation forest. So the main actions include like removing dead trees or diseased trees to create gaps inside of the stand. Also plant food plants for animals. For example, here I show you a rows of sharon, which is a good honey plant. And also add slow growing species to expect a succession. So for example, here is the oak species. And also add artificial bird nests, create a bungee skin for small animals, and create mini wetlands, and create insect hotels. All those efforts are trying to increase both the plant species and also the animal species. So again, we served 26 MECA this October. And we paired the treated areas with untreated areas in our study. First, we want to observe the animal activities in the wood. We noticed that the use of the wetlands by birds, they use that for drinking purpose, drinking water. But other than that, the activities of animals and also the tracks left by them were not significantly different between those treated and untreated stands. We also compared the plant diversity. We actually found that for those red dots, they are untreated stand. For those blue dots, they are treated stand. So actually, we found that the tree species diversity decreased. The shrub species diversity was slightly up, but the herb species declined in treated stand. So obviously, the treatment, we know that will take time to show its full effects. However, the initial performance doesn't live up to the expectation. So we want to find out why. We identify several possible reasons. So first, at the beginning, in order to have a forest quickly to address the air pollution and the urban fate island problem in Beijing, the initial planting is very dense. So about 1,600 tree seedlings per hectare. So now we end up with a very dense single layer and even age stands. This type of stands with those fast growing tree species, they are very good at sequestrate carbon, removing air pollutants, and reduce urban heat island intensity, very effective. Nevertheless, they are not biodiversity friendly. So this presents the first typical challenge of NBS, the trade-off between different ecosystem services. Second, we notice that all those stands are well maintained. The grass, the under canopy grass and the shrubs will be mowed 4 times each year. And the natural sprouts were removed in this process. So although the Forest Bureau allows the site managers to keep a grass layer no taller than 70 centimeters in order to maintain biodiversity, but the townships, we require the site manager to remove them, to cut them lower than 30 centimeters, or even entirely remove them. The primary reason is to reduce the fire hazards because Beijing's winter is dry and windy. So this brings out another typical challenge of NBS. The different government sectors have different managing needs, and the conflicts they do exist. Finally, as in any other public spending project, the financial and labor resource are always limited. So to convert a urban forest at this large scale into a biodiversity friendly urban forest will be a very challenging task.
We have 1 minute left.
Demand lots of resource. So in summary, I wish to convey those take-home messages. So Chinese cities are taking actions to increase urban biodiversity. And the large scale afforestation, they do help to increase urban diversity. This happens in Beijing and also in other Chinese cities. However, to further increase the quality of the urban biodiversity is a new challenge. I wish that my research and also the knowledge we obtained from those collaboration projects, also from the speakers in the rest of the session and our audience, can help Beijing and other Chinese cities to achieve this goal. This is all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Yang. That was really interesting to hear about this largest NBS endeavor in China, and also especially these trade-offs between different ecosystem services and the governance issues around that. It's something that we also struggle with here in Europe. So thank you very much. We'll carry those insights with us for later in the talk. So now we will show a short film that is produced by the Institute of Paris Region, and our second speaker is Marc Barra. And Marc works at the Agency for Biodiversity in the Institute of Paris Region. He is an urban ecologist specializing in NBS and leads projects in applied ecology and solutions for mainstreaming biodiversity into cities, but also in urban planning and architecture. And he's written several technical books on the relationship between societies and biodiversity, including Building with Nature and Economy and Biodiversity, Living Within Biosphere Boundaries. And he is currently involved in the REGREEN project, but also in the French Capital Biodiversity Award, and he gives lectures at different universities in France. So welcome, Marc, a great pleasure to have you here. And if Rosa, you could put the video.
Yes, I can share the video.
Great.
Thank you, Marianne.
And
Yeah.
after the film, we'll hear some reflections from you, Marc, on considerations of what you took in the film, what you didn't, and how to communicate this topic. So
Thank you.
hope you all enjoyed this film as much as I've done. I've watched it several times. I think it's got so many layers. Sandra just added in the chat a link to this film. And I can say that EPR has produced several of really nice films of the same category and caliber. But Mark, I have a question to you. So what considerations did you and your team have in developing the film? It's communicating to a broad audience and is close to science, science-based evidence for increasing urban biodiversity. So what did you leave out and why? And how did you decide on constructing this film?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, we made this selection of videos. We have 4 of them that target NBS into green space management, into architecture and urban planning, and also about agriculture in the Paris region. The reason why we made it is because sometimes a short video is a better argument than a long talk. And so we made it for the training sessions and also for education in our training session to the stakeholders of the Paris region and also to the elected representative. We know that they have short time to get a key message. So 5 minutes, 6 minutes is sometimes enough to have this message. We also wanted to translate some complex scientific insights from scientific papers into an animated video. So I think it's a good way to translate some science that is sometimes complex into something that is ready to use for those actors.
That's great. Yeah, I was wondering, what's your impression of how it has been perceived? How did people take it?
Well, it depends of the, actually, we feel, you saw in the video that there was a huge movement on ecological management in France since 2017, where there was a ban on pesticide. And since then, because they had to stop pesticides, the gardener had to find solutions actually to change the way they manage green spaces. So some of them are really, I would say that there are 2 categories of gardeners now. There are the champion of ecological management that know how to do it, and there are still another group of gardeners that are still on old practices, and because we have a long heritage in France of intensive garden management for historical reasons. But there is a kind of community, I would say, behind ecological management now, and cities are helping each other about the solution. So I think we're moving forward a new way of management.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So, but thank you very much for those reflections on the film, and please, audience, do spread the word about this film. I think it's turning something very heavy into a feather that we can actually comprehend what is all this about, bringing biodiversity into urban nature. And you now have a 10-minute talk, Mark, on bringing biodiversity to cities, about ensuring ecological quality in urban NBS. So I give the floor to you. And I think it has got, I don't know if you can put it in presentation mode, or if not, we can see it. It's fine as it is.
It's in presentation mode in my computer.
Okay, probably because you have a second screen, but it's fine. So
I don't have a second screen, but if you can see.
Yeah, we can see fine.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So yes, thanks a lot. So I would try to give some insight about what we call ecological quality of nature-based solution. I had a couple of slides about the film that I will go really quickly to respect the timing. The first one is one of the main principle in ecological quality of green spaces is to reduce the mowing. And that's what we learn from scientific papers. We know that parks that are mowed sometimes once a week, or once a month, sorry, or once a year have more biodiversity and especially more pollinators than parks that are mowed once or twice a week. There's also cities that keep creating no-mow zone. So that means that we accept the spontaneous growing of vegetation. And that's also a factor that contributes to biodiversity. I wanted to show this example of the city of Saint-Lunaire in France that has reduced the mowing by 70% in the last 10 years. It's just once a year. And also they mow over 7 centimeters of grass, because that's where most of the biodiversity lives. The insect nest, the insect eggs are in this layer of vegetation. So that's really important. We have one label, Marianne, you were talking about how we get together all the gardeners about ecological management. We implemented with an organization called Plantécité this label called Ecojardin, which gather all the gardeners that are respecting some ecological principles. The second pillar of ecological management is an ecological design also of green space, is to increase the proportion of native species. And that's something that we see now on green space and that gardeners are aware of. And we found also in literature that increasing the proportion of native vegetation by 10 to 30% can increase all the native taxa that depend on this native species. And also a suggestion from France. 10 years ago, the Ministry of Ecology created this brand, which is called Végétal Local, which means local vegetation. And actually that allows municipalities to source native plants and seeds from different subclimate division in France. So to make sure that plants are adapted to the soil, are adapted to the climate, and that will foster also the rest of biodiversity. All that we can do in green spaces to keep some habitats for biodiversity, such as insects, is really useful. And a lot of articles have mentioned the importance of, for example, leaving dead wood, stumps or debris litter on the ground, or some rocky ecosystem that will help also to have a better quality. And then a third pillar, which is about increasing the vegetation structure and composition. We know that from natural ecosystem, but it works also in urban areas. Increasing the different layers, such as herbs, grass, mosses, shrubs, hedges, trees, different layers of vegetation will have an effect on biodiversity. And especially when we keep old, large trees in urban areas. I think you experienced that, but most of the cities have young trees actually, and we struggle to keep old, large trees. And there was this article from an Australian researchers that found that the only way to stop the decline of old trees is to remain them standing 40% longer than their current lifespan. And I think in France, by memory, the lifespan of an old tree is 50 or 60 years, which is really less than in natural areas. Okay, I keep going about this this notion of quality, which is not really easy to define actually what do we call ecological quality of nature-based solution. And I wanted to get back on actual landscape design principle that we use, that we are still using now to design green spaces. And in France, we have this long heritage, and that's quite funny because when you look at, I took this slide from a teacher in landscape design in France, and when you look at those principles, which are unity of green spaces, balance, contrast, and harmony, the color, the green color, transition, line, proportion, repetition. Actually, you understand that they are quite the opposite of ecological principle, and that the way we make green spaces today or nature-based solution often rely on those landscape design principles that actually are not anymore relevant. Well, of course, we could talk about that in the discussion. We have to work hand in hand hand between ecologists and landscape designers and architects. But maybe we can go a step forward to embrace the principle of urban ecology. And what we found in literature about this urban ecology principle is that green spaces have more quality when they are diverse, the diversity of species, of functions, of genes. Also, the genetic level of biodiversity is important. There's also a principle about the size of green space. I don't have time to go into the details, but there is this principle in ecology that if the larger a green space is, the richer it is in terms of biodiversity. There is also the principle of vegetation, layer, structure, and composition. Another principle on connectivity. It is important when we design NBS to connect green space one with another. This is the principle of ecological corridors. And of course, the management principle that we just talked about. There's a lot of conclusion of scientific papers in this publication, which is called Making Nature City, made by the San Francisco Estuary Institute. It's really great, and I advise every practitioner of an NBS and green spaces to read it. So yes, the goal is, when we talk about quality, is actually to go a step further from traditional landscaping, where the color is the most important, to what we could call eco-landscaping, where the native species are more important and the management is reduced, and to what we could call, in some way, a biodiverse landscaping, where the human input and the management is really low, could be no management at all sometimes, and where the ecosystem is the more biodiverse. And then just some example from the Paris region of the difference in quality of ecosystems. So for example, about sustainable urban drainage system, which have been recognized to be really efficient in
2 minutes left, Mark.
Yes, thank you. Really efficient to manage water in urban areas. I have some pictures here of a low quality urban drainage system. For example, here when there are not sufficient layer and when they use plastic geotextile. In this case here, I took the photo. It should be a vegetated ditches to manage the water, but the soil has been compacted, so it doesn't work. And here another example of a vegetation ditch, which has been mowed too frequently, but we know that the biomass is useful to have these ecosystem services of water infiltration and biodiversity. So these are examples that show that we can improve the way we design and the way we manage those nature-based solutions. Here, for example, two other examples from the Paris region, where the practitioners have designed those nature-based solutions by taking into account those ecological quality principles. So for example, about the pond, they make sure that they have irregularities in the riverbank. They make sure that they have a sufficient deepness of the water for the animals. They make different layers of vegetation. And those principles can guide the way we design NBS. And my last example is about green roof that we can call an NBS, and this question, are green roof always green, actually? And that's also a good example of the way sometimes NBS can be standardized. And here in this picture, I took this one because 90% of the green roof in France are made this way, which are pre-cultivated sedum mats, actually, that we put on the roof. And it's quite far away from these ecological quality principles that we just saw. A lot of uniformity, a lot of intensity of human input, because there are plastic layers, there are irrigation layers, etc. And of course, there are different ways to build a green roof. So I will finish here with two principles, actually, that have been shown in literature to improve the quality of the green roof. We know that it is interesting to vary the substrate depth on the roof to create different conditions for the biodiversity. And on the same way, the diversification of the plant strata, a moss layer, herbaceous layer, shrubs, sometimes trees, but not always possible on green roof, can help to enhance biodiversity and also water retention. We did a...
Time is unfortunately getting up. So
okay, I finished with that. We found a threshold actually on biodiversity. The substrate depth can be 25 centimeters, and that's the maximum benefits for plant biodiversity. So yeah, here I can finish just to mention that any NBS should be designed and managed differently. And if we want to increase the quality of NBS, we certainly have to go away from a kind of standardization of products that is practical for industrialization, but it's not that doesn't match with ecological quality. Thank you.
Can you maybe show the next picture? I can see that's this amazing school green roof.
Yes, a very nice green roof that we visit a lot, made of trees, shrubs, and herbs on the School of Biodiversity, it's called, in the Paris region.
Very nicely. Thank you very much to our previous talks on education. So this school was actually constructed with the aim of bringing nature to the school in a fascinating way. So thank you very much, Mark. What I find interesting also what you mentioned is this link about between the government creating labels that will actually entice new economic activities. That links to the talk yesterday about nature positive economy, that you can actually spur different types of economic activity that leads to improved biodiversity. But also this thing about reduced mowing and different types of management, that also has cost implications. So in a positive way, for municipalities, that they can actually save or spend their funds on improving even further nature rather than going about mowing every week. So thank you very much, Mark, for this interesting talk and for the film. I would like to invite our next speaker, Dora Almasi. Welcome. Dora is a technical expert for the Horizon 2020 Network Nature Project semester on NBS standards. So that was the first half of this year. So as a researcher, she works in the intersection of environmental governance and monitoring on topics related to climate change and nature-based solutions. And since 2017, Dora has coordinated the development of the Urban Nature Atlas, which is an impressive database of over 1,000 projects of nature-based solutions in cities. So maybe we can add the link to that in the chat as well. And that was created as part of the project Nativation, nature-based urban innovation, which was a Horizon 2020 research project. And Dora holds a PhD in environmental sciences and policy from the Central European University in Budapest, Hungary. So Dora will be giving a talk on the criteria and principles of high quality NBS. And as before, I'll give a shout after 8 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marian, for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I will start sharing my presentation. I think you can see it now. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the work that we did with the Network Nature project on the criteria and principles of high quality nature-based solution. Before I delve into the topic, I just want to make a small caveat that I will not only talk about ecological quality principles for nature-based solutions, but in general, what do we understand as high quality nature-based solutions. Mark also mentioned before me that it's a difficult concept to grasp. So with the Network Nature project, we made an attempt to delve into and conceptualize this topic of high quality nature-based solution. So the Network Nature project, for those of you who don't know it, it's a resource. It aims to be a resource for the wider nature-based solutions community, synthesize evidence base and bring together different stakeholders. And as part of their efforts to synthesize the evidence base, they put together as a knowledge gap on nature-based solutions. There are a lot of things that we already know on nature-based solutions, but they were able to identify 30 broad topics and over 170 different issues that can be considered as a knowledge gap requiring further research and further work on to upscale successfully nature-based solutions. And when we look at these topics, many of the issues can be linked to the issue of quality. How can we ensure that projects are effectively implemented, that they don't have negative impacts, or their negative impacts are limited, that the trade-offs that they necessarily have are addressed properly? How can we ensure that they address the issue of environmental justice and social cohesion? So in order to look at the issue of quality, the Network Nature launched its latest semester on the topic of NBS and standards. And we did 2 parallel work streams on this issue. One was focusing on quality and one was on standard and standardization approaches. I know my colleague talked yesterday about the standardization approaches, Efrem Failio from Technalia. So now I will solely focus on our results on the quality aspects. So we started our work with a question of how can we identify the requirements and the criteria for delivering high quality nature-based solutions. And our main questions were, how can the NBS projects live up to their promise to address multiple societal challenges? How can they avoid intentional and unintentional misuses? And how can they effectively deliver environmental and social benefits? And in order to answer these questions, we first started with a desk research to review the state-of-the-art literature on the issue of quality. And we identified over 30 resources, either offering a comprehensive approach to the topic of quality considerations or focusing on specific aspects of NBS implementation, specific challenges, or specific nature-based solution types. And from this resource, we were able to identify a long list of quality principles and criteria, and we grouped this according to project implementation cycle, to a project implementation cycle. So it was possible to see that some criteria are more relevant for the objective setting phase, some are for the implementation, and some are for the monitoring or the post-implementation phase. Once we completed the desk review, we wanted to confirm the relevance and the validity of these principles with the NBS researchers, NBS practitioners, the experts on the topic of NBS. So this process was very much a co-development process. We launched a survey in the early summer month of 2022. We received over 40 responses from different NBS project researchers, policymakers, those who are implementing nature-based solutions on the ground. And based on their responses, we were able to draw a list of priority criteria for high-quality nature-based solutions, identify the main risks and challenges related to NBS, and also pinpoint the aspects of how quality objectives and quality criteria can be translated to standardization approaches. And so in the next few minutes, I will just show a few of the results from our work. So this is concerning goal setting and objectives. From the results of the survey, it emerged that it is crucial for nature-based solution projects to comprehensively think about the different benefits that they can deliver with implementation. And they should set goals in order to support biological diversity and ecosystem conservation, which I think is very much confirming what the previous speakers were talking about. But at the same time, it's also important that they set up objectives for other societal issues, and they define their goals in line with societal challenges. And in addition, they should also look into procedural aspects of the goal setting. They should define a clear set of goals coupled with measurable targets to ensure that the projects are implementable, and they should ensure that they are aligned with the policies, or their objectives can be mainstreamed into policies. In terms of implementation, the respondents of our questionnaire and the research that we have done previously suggested that it's very important that the projects live up to the promises and they deliver the benefits that they promised, but they do this in a way that these benefits are distributed fairly. And the other aspects that emerged as important was adaptive management. So what was previously discussed, that once a concept, a plan can be great, but once the project is happening, there are challenges on the way that should be addressed. And that's why it's important that projects are ensuring local ownership, they consider the local context, they promote inclusivity, and they take on an adaptive approach to management. So taking into consideration all the different aspects and quality criteria that we examined in our survey, we came up with a list of priority criteria for high quality nature-based solutions. And what emerged on the top of our list is that they are maintained on the long term, so that it's not there is a security that the project will be able to live up to its promises and implement it in the long term. They should be applicable in the local context, and they do support biodiversity and ecosystem conservation, along with delivering societal benefits. We also looked at the negative aspects, and our survey confirmed that indeed there are challenges related to nature-based solution implementation. One specific area was this risk that the projects are just being used for greenwashing, and they actually don't deliver positive or sufficient positive aspects for biodiversity.
You have 2 minutes, Dora.
Sorry, I think I will get to it. Thank you so much. And the second aspect of concerns and risk with nature-based solution implementation was linked to the social aspect. So many of the concerns are around this unfair distribution of the benefits, the risk of gentrification, displacements, and the overlooking of the rights of the local people and the interests of those who live in the area. Lastly, we wanted to understand how the quality criteria can be translated to standardization approaches. There is indeed a concern and the risk that if it is too much standardized, if nature-based solutions are too much standardized, their capacity to address local problems can be limited. But the respondents of the questionnaire suggested that it's important to have some sort of quality standards which are relevant for the implementation of different types of specific interventions, such as green roofs and restoration projects. Obviously, the global standards from IUCN are already providing a very good conceptual understanding of what do we understand, how do we understand high quality nature-based solutions in general, but these quality requirements for specific solutions are still very much needed. Lastly, just getting to my conclusions.
Perfect.
What emerged from the research is that at the goal setting stage, it's very important that projects are setting goals to deliver different environmental and social benefits. At the implementation stage, it's crucial that projects are being managed in a comprehensive manner and also in an adaptive manner. Thirdly, the aspects and the importance of long-term maintenance and post-implementation monitoring of projects should be highlighted. And it also emerged from the research that education and capacity building can play a key role in ensuring that nature-based solutions are implemented in a high-quality manner. And that's from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dora, for giving this great insights into what implementers, practitioners actually feel are important. And I take the note that biodiversity is really important, but also the societal challenges. And this issue about the maintenance in the long term that oftentimes the investment is difficult to ensure, but we forget about the maintenance and this greenwashing risk and the need for quality standards is really important. And that, I think, will take to the panel debate later of what Mark said before, that if it's too standardized, industrialized, you're actually not gaining the biodiversity benefits. So thank you very much, Dora. We are now moving into our panel debate, and I'd like to invite Professor Jian Wang from Chinese Academy of Forestry, Research Institute of Forestry, who we also met in the last session, to give reflections of these talks that we just heard in this session on quality. So Professor Wang Chen is Executive Deputy Director of the Urban Forest Research Center at the State Forestry and Grassland Administration at the Research Institute of Forestry, Chinese Academy. And he leads the Clearinghouse project in China. So, so if we can keep it to just a couple of minutes, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you hear me? I'm very happy to participate in this webinar. I can see there are still more than 130 people participating. It's already late. I'm really touched. Now, I would like to tell you something about China's perspective and our practice in terms of biodiversity. I must say the experts were very inspirational just now, what we heard. This is a very hot topic, biodiversity. Now, of course, what's the relationship between cities and biodiversity? The cities need biodiversity. However, we know indeed the environment of a city is not just about biodiversity. For some organisms or for some plants or animals, they might be good for cities, but however, we should increase our perspectives. But because in China, we think the nature is very important. Excuse me, this is Mr. Wang speaks too fast. I think the organization is an issue that we should take full account. We should fully take into account because this has something to do with the biodiversity. It affects the biodiversity. So therefore, we need to identify the values of the city ecology. So if we cannot talk about the city ecology without the urbanization, furthermore, we need to build a city of biodiversities because we need to realize that cities are not just for human beings, they are also for animals, for fauna and flora. Well, with regard to some practices currently in China, the urbanization is developing very fast. Therefore, the protection of ecology is not keeping up its pace with the urbanization. How to step up our efforts? Our focus is on the carrying capacity of cities. So therefore, we need to fully realize the capacity of our cities vis-a-vis the biodiversity. So we not only should build conducive environment for our human beings, but also for the ecological system. Well, in terms of practices, we have done a lot of work in China in recent years. We have been improving our ecological space. But before, our ecological space was very limited, but recently we have been expanding such space. For example, the development of urban developments is a concrete case. And we are also restoring some lost space. So, of course, the European or the American practices of more than 30% plant coverage is being expanded in China. Just now, Professor Yang Jun also talked about the the forest coverage in China. Indeed, we have been doing a lot of work to increase the coverage of our forests. We try to form a corridor or a forest network to expand the surviving space for everybody, not only for human beings, but for animals. And we should also try to protect and restore the habitat for our fauna and flora. And of course, we are also trying to learn from Europe to increase some gardening space. Well, in recent years, Guangzhou and Beijing are doing a good job in this regard, building the habitats for animals. Fourth, we should also restore the so-called biological corridor. Well, in recent years, we have noticed a problem. Our biologic areas are rather fragmented, but recent years we've been trying to connect them to form a biological corridor. So here involves some rescue measures, including in Shenzhen. Some very important corridors are developed for birds and insects. Last but not least, the native species, plant species are also very important. We're trying to restore them because this is the basic measure to increase our biodiversity. We have some thresholds here. So the native plants should not be lower than 80%. So such measures are being concretized in China. The biodiversity is a concept, but it is also an integrated technology. Well, in recent years, we have been doing a lot. We have also been collaborating with some European cities, especially Beijing and Guangzhou, have been working a lot with the European cities. We're trying to restore our ecological system. Just now, we also heard a lot of very inspirational speeches, including the ecological management. So I believe this webinar is very impressive for everybody. Now, China is going more and more ecologic, is going more and more biodiverse. We are trying to optimize the space for the ecology. But however, we still have a long way to go in terms of technologies, in terms of management, and we have heard about a lot of good practices. However, we need the support from the management, from the practitioners. Now, currently, we are doing things in a traditional way. It is not so easy to get rid of traditions. However, we are moving towards modernized method. So I must tell you, today's webinar is really an eye-opener. I've learned a lot. I am very happy to talk to our European colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang Chen. That was really good. I think you captured these things that we struggle with both in China and in Europe and in Latin America too. So thank you very much for those. I took eager notes and I look forward to revisiting the recording to capture it all. But it's really good to hear that also in China, there's this aim to go more and more towards ecological management and enhance biodiversity, as is also the aim in Europe, although it is very, very difficult. And that why I would like to ask just for a couple of minutes, all the speakers to get a spotlight, please. And then I have, so Mark and Professor Yang and Dora, yes, really good. I have a question to you, and that's really about, well, it appears quite simple what needs to be done and also what we have to stop doing. My question is, what barriers do you see cities have in changing the management of existing nature areas and in restoring degraded ones, and why is that not happening already at a large scale? I don't know who would like to go first. Maybe Mark?
Yes, well, that's a good question. We could spend a lot of time in it. What are the barriers? I think there are some general barriers that we all face, but there are some specific from one country to another. And I would say that the cultural barrier is one of the most important, at least in France. And I had a question from Richard on the chat, who asked me, what about the potential disservices from nature, about the rats, about the mosquitoes, about the insects and plants that we don't want? And that's the first cultural barrier, actually. So of course we can find solution to reduce the mosquitoes if they are predators, such as bats, birds. We can reduce the rats in urban parks if we have a very good management of waste, because most of the rats are there because they are waste, not because of the green spaces. But we have also to change the education about I hear someone else.
I think Professor Wang Chen may be mute. There might be some voices in the background. Thank you. Yeah, please go.
Yeah. And yeah, I think so. There's also another approach that is working on acceptance of nature-based solution, and we know that some Richard was talking about thorns and thistles and those plants that we don't like, but it's part of nature too. So we have to accept it. So I would say the cultural barrier, and then also the cost. Because we have to invest on nature-based solution by removing what we have done in the past. Usually, and I take one example in France is that the water agencies, they've spent millions on creating gray infrastructure to manage water, water tanks, dikes, river banks, etc. And now they spend millions on restoring reopening rivers in cities, depaving, etc. So that there's a new way we use the public expenses, and that's also a lot of costs. Even if we can reduce the cost, as you said, Marianne, by managing less and doing something else. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mark. And Professor Yang, what do you think are the main barriers, for instance, in increasing the biodiversity in this huge NBS of afforestation around Beijing? So there's this mini project or mini ecological zones project, but what are the main barriers in getting this across the board?
Well, I think part of the reason is, just Mark mentioned, people's perception of the biodiversity. So there are good biodiversity and bad biodiversity, depends on how people look at it. Yeah, people do like, cute animals such as, birds or, hedgehogs, but they, at the same time, they don't like those, mosquitoes or biting insects. So I think that's part of the reason. The second reason is for Beijing, particularly, is the technology of know-how, because we already had such a large, forest there, And I don't think anywhere in the world we can find a example that for such a size of a forest, people successfully convert that into a more biodiverse forest. So for the small scale, we may find good examples from many places, but to convert to a large scale one, it's a challenge in both in terms of science and also the political will to do so. For example, even though the current plantation has a low biodiversity value, but it's very important to sequestrate carbon, because carbon is also a major target of Chinese cities. So when you have to make a decision on this trade-off, you cut down more trees to create space for regeneration, or should we keep them to harvest those carbon benefits? So I think there are politic, I would say, calculation or the trade-off between different ecosystem services we want. So those are also major barriers. I probably will stop here, and
we can go on. Yes, but thank you very much, Professor Jiang. And I know our time for this session is up, but I just have one last remark from Dora. Do you have anything where you can see the barriers? Why aren't we going big scale on managing nature for biodiversity in cities? Oh, you need to unmute.
Yeah, just a quick remark that I think education and capacity building is key at the local level, especially, and everybody should understand that there is an alternative to gray infrastructures, and this is green and blue infrastructures. And then everybody should be on board. So it's not enough if the policymakers and the local government is trying to do something, but businesses, citizens, everybody should work together on bringing more nature to cities.
Great. Thank you very much, Dora, on that final point. I think that's something to ponder about. And thank you for the speakers in this session. A big thanks for these great insights, experiences, and hopes and wishes and plans. That's really, truly inspiring. And also, I'd like to thank the audience for, there's been some questions. You still have some time to post the questions, but we'll have the recording shared in a couple of weeks, so you're most welcome to dive into it again. So thank you very much, and we'll end this session now and go on to the next session, which is the closing or the conclusions of our day. So we have actually something we'd like to ask all of you. So we are 120 people here with loads of different expertise, backgrounds, countries, and we'd really like to hear about what you thought about today and yesterday. Maybe you had a chance to join, maybe not, but then at least from today. So Johannes has 2 Mentimeter questions. So I don't know if that can be pulled up here. Thank you, Johannes. So, yeah. So please go to these Mentimeter questions. What we would like is 2 questions. It's to know, the first is, what did you appreciate about this webinar? It's always nice to get a shoulder clap, but also to know what was actually important for you in this webinar. And this is going to form a word cloud. So it takes a bit of time to get in there, and I won't do it, so I'm not biasing the results. So I'll give you a bit of time. Hope you can, share examples. And maybe the link can also be put in the chat if not already. Yeah, it's already in the chat. So if you missed the link, you can go to the chat. So thank you, Johannes. Intercontinental views, yes, definitely. It's the first type of webinar I've been in where we really hear from 3 continents, diverse perspectives, different perspectives, diverse feedback. So it's also this diversity that I can see is really important from this webinar. Oh, it's moving fast. Interdisciplinarity, yes, NBS is really interdisciplinary. And I hope we've shown that also quite well. Biodiversity, informative, hands-on experience, yes. I think this is where our aim for this webinar is to merge and link science and practice and guidance and tools and how to, but also to do it in a sound way. Timely, thank you, and useful, practical. The discussions, I think we could always have more discussions, but it's always, that's the crunch of time. So yeah, insightful, thank you. You can also put it in the chat. That's good, thank you very much. So I think we'll move to the next question. The next question that we have. Ooh, still moving. Actual practices, intercontinental views. Thank you very much. But I think, Johannes, if we can move to the next question. So this is for the future. What aspects of urban ecosystem restoration would you like to hear about in the future? So our 4 projects, Clearing House, CONEXUS, INTERLACE, and REGREEN, we are still operating. Clearing House and REGREEN are ending next year or beginning of the year after. And CONEXUS and INTERLACE are working a year longer, but we have considered to repeat this if there's interest, and if we would like to do it, and to see what would be the themes that you would like to hear more about. It could be also if you want to hear more about something you already heard about. So local storytelling, yes, tell the stories of NBS. That's a very effective way of communicating. Multifunctionality. Yeah, more good practices, co-benefits and the multiple benefits. Multifunctionality, so really go across the board and see how they create synergies. Long-term funding, oh, there's a lot of different things. Citizens, evaluation, what was that, evaluation? There's rural and city dweller perspectives. Thank you, Chinwenwa. Relational values. Very good. The public opinion and human nature relations. That also links very much into the education. So this is really useful. Oh, there's green spaces, urban violence. So that's about the insecurity of green space and how to manage that. Success stories, maybe also the stories of what didn't work is always very helpful. So stewardship, funding, deprivation, gentrification, something specifically on insects and birds, and the evaluation of successes, yeah, and success stories. So we'll take this with us. Thank you very much, everybody, for contributing to this. It's really interesting. So yeah. I'll just share screen. I think we'll end there. And let's see. Yeah, this is coming to the end. I would just like to sum up from today. So the 4 projects, Clearing House, CONEXUS, INTERLACE, and REGREEN, are all 4 projects funded under the call for strengthening international cooperation on sustainable urbanization. So a nature-based solution to restore and rehabilitate urban ecosystems. And so these 2 days, we've focused on different axes on improving urban ecosystem restoration in both China, Europe, and Latin America. And we believe these different axes to be crucial in fostering urban transitions through a systemic change of how cities are operated and lived in. So yesterday we heard about the economics of nature-based solution and restoration, looking at the prospects of economic assessments of nature-based solution benefits and the challenges involved in getting all that funding that is needed for the nature restoration, and bringing in private finance and private actors. And then we also heard a really interesting session on policy governance and institutional issues. So looking at good practices and governance and instruments, and the trend of society moving from government to governance with involvement of local people and citizen ownership. So there are some really very interesting aspects here, good tools, a governance atlas in a beta version that you're welcome to visit as well and add to, but also really interesting cases from Latin America on working with citizen ownership. We also had an interesting talk yesterday, or session, on the social aspects of nature-based solution and restoration, looking at the social justice, accessibility to green space for people and nature, and taking into account the different types of barriers, physical or non-physical barriers, but also participatory assessments of nature-based solutions and working with NBS in dense deprived neighborhoods and how that actually unfolds. And today we've then had sessions on education for nature-based solutions, on environmental aspects, and on the ecological quality. And I found that was really, shows really for the education, the wide diversity of the approaches and guidance and tools and yes, approaches in general that are being showed. And I think it's really important, the work that Evelina Ivanova talked about, for instance, this NBS EduWorld, that you're also pulling together a lot of these information and tools, but it also showed very much the challenges of overwhelmed teachers. They have their curriculum, and especially during the pandemic, I think all our projects here have suffered from reaching out to schools. We heard from Katrine Kilpi, City of Trees, about the unequal opportunities to nature, about the differences in nature-rich and nature-poor neighborhoods and how to work with that in schools. And this nature connection pathway was really interesting to dive into. And Paul Mahoney presented this exciting tool on using Minecraft as a way to engage young people in a conversation about nature-based solutions and get them to participate, and that they can actually interact with urban planners if this develops in that direction. So it's really from education to application. And the idea is really a replicable program and a good way to make use of existing tools and groups generally to get NBS mainstreamed. And then we had some really interesting pitches, and I think all of them merit the same amount of votes. It's always, when you have to give one vote, it's always on just, I think. But it was really interesting to hear about the interactive floor maps, the Breathe Respira program, the augmented reality, the Vichy Nature École, and the BioBlitz from across the board. So that was really interesting. And in the resources that we'll send out after this webinar, we'll be sure to flag them. So that was on the education that I found was really interesting. Then on the environmental aspects of nature-based solution and restoration, what I take with me is really this idea of finding the optimal sites and design and scale of nature-based solutions to obtain the impacts that you want. And of course, you have to also measure and monitor those impacts, as was also greatly shown. So we heard from Cooling the City by Jielin Jin, the work on that, also that larger forest areas are more conducive to cooling, and that was also something that we found in the economics session yesterday about a study on the economic valuation of the reduction of mortality risk from parks in Paris during heat waves. So although their cities are different and there are different optimal areas for cooling effects, I think there's a lot of things that can be transferred. Then we also heard from Juan Su on degraded orchards to biodiversity and green leisure spaces. And what I found was really interesting, and that really showcases the multiple benefits that are generated from this, from air pollution to recreation, water quality improvements, and biodiversity. So it was really inspiring, and to see also the scale at which this is being done. And from Giuliani Locoselli in Sao Paulo, this it's really great to see how you actually go about measuring the impacts at nanoscale in the trees all the way up to parks and cities. And Lawrence Jones' City Explorer Toolkit are trying to map and assess the impact of different scenarios across the board. So noise, air pollution, water flow, which will come in. So that's really something that I'm very excited about. And that's a very good with these tools for planning and for awareness raising. So, and then we had just the session on ecological quality. I don't think I have to repeat on that, other than biodiversity is something that is a very hot topic. Regions and governments want to push this, but it's still not happening at the level that we want to. So there's still a lot of pushing needed, along with guidance, education, and simply good stories that we can bring out there. So those were my words from a take of today. I'll just stop. Now I'll take the next. I'd like to just mention that towards the end of this month, we'll send out to all registered participants a list of resources from our 4 projects. So that will be a resource pack with links to outputs from CONEXUS, INTERLACE, Clearing House, and REGREEN. To those of you who ticked in the when you registered for this event, when you ticked you wanted news from the projects, we'll make sure to add you to all the 4 newsletters, or the newsletters of all 4 projects. And also towards the end of the month, we aim to have this webinar recorded and shared, and also permitting, with permissions from the speakers, also the set of slides. So with that, I'll stop sharing and ask my fellow coordinators to get spotlighted so we can say thank you very much for today.
Hi, thank you very much. It's wonderful.
It was great. We are still over 100 people present. We are amazed by the amount of presence, and we'd very much like to hear back from you if you wish so. Yes, thank you for today and for yesterday, and take care out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.